I've got this one life, just got this one life. I'd like to think that it would go on forever, but I've got just one try. Yeah, I've got this one try. I remember when we were kids, you lost your parents, I heard the hymns. I swore that day that I would love you forever, if those were my last words, if those were my last words. I might never be a captain on a yellow submarine.
I might never be an actress on a giant silver screen,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we'll grow old with me. When we grow old, we'll grow old with me. You've got this one light that shines all my life.
Just like a rose blooming out from this desert.
Oh, I saw these two eyes.
Yeah, I saw your two eyes.
I might never be a singer who's been knighted by the queen.
I might never be a model in a fashion magazine,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we'll grow old with me.
22. That's like more than that. I see.
We'll grow old with me. Hear the sound as people dance from your window. If you see an Irish band, and there I stand, guitar in hand, asking for my love if I could be a man. And so when we grow old with me.
I'm fed up with changes. Come pick me up, cause I just wanna see the light. I wanna be weightless. Teach me to fly, I won't be coming down. Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah. I just see her face wherever I look. She's standing in the crowd. So let go, I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, let a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. Cause I just wanna see the light. I'm so sick of waiting and getting too restless to be in this dusty town. I've heard of this place where people forget and you get another try. So come open up my door. I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. I won't see your face wherever I look. I'm blinded by the light. So let go. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, died a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. 'Cause I just wanna see the light. Yeah, I just wanna see the light. See the light.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot, turning it on and off, we've been sliding, riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real, I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun.
Chatto, it's Thursday. Coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty United, we have the Europa League knockouts. Can we take Basel to the lake and drown them in it? Other than that, we've also got plenty more transfers to do with our enormous transfer budget. I found a young goalkeeper from Colombia called Pablo Escobar. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty Bloody United. That might be the best one yet. I'm just saying that might be the best one yet. Even timed it to the drop. I'm just... Say goodbye to the okayest streamer. I'm now above average, boys. Oh, nailed it like an angry carpenter. Call me Jesus, because I'll walk on water. I don't know. I'm just on a streak. What can I say? I'm just extremely good. It's got a complete 180. Oh, welcome in, friends. Vice, thank you so much for the 22 months during the intro as well. I will get on that lookup now, actually. That way we don't forget about it. Oh, so yeah, actually, I mean, to be fair, if you missed the transfer window stream, you haven't actually missed too much yet, because most of it was actually scouting more than transfers. We did make a few transfers. I'll run you through those as well. I've also put in a couple of extra loan bids on players in, although nothing's happened because I haven't been able to progress today, because obviously we've got a game today. I've also asked the board for extra scouts, and I've done a bit of scouting of some of the underage sides for like for Africa and South America. It's one of those things where people say you should do that on stream. The reason I don't do it on stream is just because I think it's a little bit tedious to do that, but it only takes me like 15 minutes off stream, so we get a nice little, oh my god, DJ Evil Midnight dropping the 3 months. Take it away. Get them matchups up. I'm going to drink my coffee. I love that the lights for Pablo's resub are going on in the background. That's the Pablo, thank you for the 12 months as well, man.
Where does the time go? 99.9% introducer looking forward to Ireland dominating Europe in the next few years. Rolled sick mat jam.
Exactly. All of that. Also, good news. Regan Booty just signed a new contract at Maidstone United, which means if we get in there quick enough next summer, or this summer, we can sponsor him. I'm going to make sure that I set a reminder so that we can sort out how to sponsor Regan Booty for next season, because I'm not going to miss out on another chance to do that. Not when he's at an affordable club. Oh, dear. Justice for Gareth. I know. We'll have a little... Do you know what, chap? When we move into our new stadium, I think we should call it the Dara Galvin Memorial Stadium, or at least name a stand after him, right? I think he's earned that, if nothing else. Oh, so that's Elvis Lindqvist, who very... Well, actually, I say that. It's hard to say. I think he's probably more of a central midfielder than an attacking mid, I would guess. The head coach with the 4 months as well. Thank you so much, the head coach. You could probably do my job better than me, which isn't really saying much, but thank you so much for the 4 months nevertheless. Hey, Manda. Right, let's get into this match that doesn't matter, sort of, before we get into the one that emphatically does. So, basically, it's a different Galvin. We lost him, Vice. He sadly was sucked into the void, unfortunately. He's with Chaos now, essentially. Roy Galvin is still fine. Roy is fine. Roy's still knocking about. It's Dara that sadly lost. He sacrificed himself so that we could live. Man kept a clean sheet. What can I say? New stadium. Nah, we don't actually get one yet, Harv. It was just sort of me riffing about what would happen if we did get a new stadium. Can he be affording that right now? Actually, we probably can, but come on now. Yeah, no, Roy's here. He's pining for the fjords. Rip Dara indeed. So yeah, we've got this game here in the league against Waterford, and then it's straight to Basel. Straight after this, we've got the double header against Basel. I think we'll be very lucky if we get anything out of either match, but, you know, it's worth a go, innit? Oh, Michael Sharif. That is a pass. It's Ben Knight, and it's what? It's not 1-0. It's not 1-0. It should be 1-0, but it is not 1-0. Oh, lordy lord. Pablo Escobar, you're right. I'll show you him in a sec. Obviously, we're not going very scouted yet, but we will do soon. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I just got debated by the game. It's like that one in Africa where it absolutely had me as Phelan brings it forward for Waterford now. Oh, God. One of the things I'm thinking about, if we still sort of struggle for goals from a forward area. Oh, my God. Is perhaps moving Sharif to an advanced forward, but that right there is very annoying. No, sadly not. The board are refusing to get us a new affiliate club in that they will accept the assignment, but then they fail to understand the assignment when they no longer do it. Did they hit the post twice in this play and use it as assists? Slog it there. Oh, dearie me. I don't know. Yep. Yeah, the Spurs game last night. I just assumed Leicester had won, and then I saw that Bergwijn had equalised, and I was like, oh, fair enough. Good point. Well, that's a good point for Spurs at the end there. And then another goal came through. What is that? Mental. This is not great from us, really. Oh, dear. It's like watching my Icelandic side again. Oh, wow. Dara would have stopped that, true. Dara is, in fact, the post. Morning, Icarus. I'm actually in a terrific mood today. I will be in less of a terrific mood if we fuck this one up. But hopefully we can avoid that, right? Right? Wouldn't be the ideal start. I think it'll be fine. The thing is, we haven't really, Oh! By the way, that's our former player, Greg Sloggett. Man U FC won again. I know. And for what it looked like, Brentford probably could have done a bit better in that one. Pollock! Matty Pollock's first goal for the club. Oh! Booty's ball in to the Pollocks at the back post, and it's 1-1. Lovely. I rested a couple of guys, so Hazy's out, and Pollock's coming for his first appearance. That is a great ball in from the Booty, man. He just cannot stop doing it. Hello, Pogs. Watching you. Well, me all the time, really, isn't it? Oh, from what I saw, Brentford had a lot of good chances in that first half. Backup. To be fair, our backup goalkeeper is currently starting, Amanda. So you'll notice down in the left-hand corner, it's Ed McGinty. He's actually really, really good. So, yes, essentially we do have a backup goalkeeper, but he's basically our first choice for the next 5 months, as Matty Pollock nearly scores again. Because Bart has a broken leg, and he's going to be out till May. So, thank God we had Ed McGinty, is all I can say. And he's done brilliantly, I'd say, so far. Has conceded a goal now, obviously. Not really his fault, but it happens. Oh. Yeah, it looked like Brentford should have smashed it. Hey, Millie. Oh, shit. I forgot to put the kits in again. This is my scatterbrainness coming in again. Once again, I have forgotten to put the kits in. I had loads of time today as well. That's the worst thing about it. There's me sitting there bone idle reading Reddit. Oh, dear. Oh, Sharif over the bar. Can we not talk about real life football? But you see, I'd like to because you see Fulham have scored 19 goals in 3 matches. Fulham. Oh, we're smashing it. It's great. I mean, it'll obviously come down in tears again at some point, but you know, you got to enjoy it, right? We'll get you off for Frey, and then actually, I'm just going to start resting a few players out, even though we're drawing this game. Dulwich Hamlet, nice. Got within a week. Ouchie. I suppose that's the danger. I love how we've got almost equal XG, and they've had 6 shots, and we've had 18. We probably need to be a bit better, innit? At least 1, you'd hope. But at the end of the day, I'm just enjoying this season, right? Sometimes it's nice to just enjoy your team winning football matches, and possibly setting some lovely records, potentially in the Championship this year. I'm thinking you're right, Harv. I think that Sharif does nice for link-up play. Oh, hello. Okay, it's a bold choice. Oh, he's won the... Never mind, I take it all back. What absolute 500 IQ move there from Frey. He thought, no, I could score this. But instead, I'm going to provide an opportunity for the new boy, Remy, to slot it home for 2-1 to Treaty United. And Claude Ramey scores his... Not Claude. Patrice Ramey scores his 2nd goal for us, both of which have been penalties. For the 100 goal... Did you make that bet? Surely that... If you've made that bet, that's surely doable, right? Oh. Full of bad if Chelsea keep drawing to Brighton. Well, how many times have you got to play Brighton left this season? We'll have to see on that one. This would be quite a good victory for us, just because we've had to dig it out a little bit. And Pollock and Remy with the goals. I mean, that's fine if it'll send us back to the top, and it does. Returns was 5k. Mate, I'd say you're almost a shoo-in for that. Like, if we don't score 30 goals in the next 20 matches, we're averaging 2.7 a game. You need 1.5. It's mental. Oh, yeah, I actually think that's a good idea, Harv. What I might do is make an alternate version of the tactic with just that one change. What's this? It's so perfect. That is sensational. How many gifted subs equates to 5k? I don't know, actually. I guess 10 is 40. So 100 would be 400. So 1,000, probably about 1,200. Oh my god, that's great. Super. Wow, James just with the quick maths there. That's a fucking lot. If I ever actually did get to 1,000, I think I'd get like a capybara tattoo or something on my thigh. Like nice and big too, not like a shitty little one. I wanted another tattoo for ages, and I really want to get a capybara one. Hello, Asier. Donate blood. Hell yes, Vice. That's good shit, man. That's hey, good to know. It's important to know that, mate. But it's nice to know how much you could have, you see. It's good to know these things. Right, that was a good win. Really big win. Oh, dear. God, memes. I love memes like that. When everything just falls into place. Poor old Bart, eh? I mean, at least it wasn't a clean sheet for him, I suppose. But 2 out of 2. This is good news. Oh. To get our name tatted on. Our name? What is our name, Icarus? Collectively, our name. Oh, yeah. So I put a bid in for Caden McLaughlin, because he's Irish, plays for Real Sociedad, to give us a bit more, well, you can see why I wanted him, really. Strong right foot, could play on the right, could play on the left, could play through the middle. Finishing is good. You see? You see. Whoever gifted. Well, if that was the case, I'd probably have Darcher's name somewhere on my body, wouldn't I? Let's face it. So yeah. Oh, wait, no, that's another guy. I've put a load in on this guy as well. Ancor Esteban from Leicester, even though I couldn't see too much about him, but I thought there might be enough there, particularly with the price he's at, for us to maybe get him in as well. Now, I'll show you Escobar in a sec. They said yes! They said yes! That's going to help a lot. That is going to help a lot. Right, so first I'll show you Escobar, then we will get 3 more scouts, because this will help us weed through them. Oh my god. Walvita with the tank. My arse cheeks tremble with anticipation. To Wolverconville, Descartes, Sinus, Dances with Horses, Jabbets, Allogarten, Outrun, A Day to Remember, Mad Dog Tie, and Marthy. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much. Where's that presents button? There it is. Oh. He says it she would. Thankfully, Em's not here today. However, Pog will be here on Saturday. Pog will be around for a stream. Imagine the scenes. Thank you so much, Wolvita, by the way. That's insanely nice of you, man. You really don't have to do that. I almost said Tato Chato with the O in a very specific area. Oh, that would be so incredibly asymmetric. I love it. Right, yeah, so, where is he? Now, we obviously won't have him scouted yet, but I've just felt the need to show you. Yeah, so we know nothing about him yet, but it's a Colombian goalkeeper called Pablo Escobar. He's 17, and he's already in the... Oh, perfect timing with the raid here. Actually, he's already in the Colombian Under-23s. Welcome aboard, Luke. Thank you so much for the raid. How's things going with PSV? You've come at the perfect time, as we've just found a goalkeeper from Deportivo Cali called Pablo Escobar. So this is going well. They'd want quite a bit of money, I sense, but he might actually be good. Oh. Yeah, how was stream? Welcome in, everybody. This couldn't have been more perfect, really, could it? Now I get to show off to even more people. Well, I imagine that he's on some kind of performance-enhancing drug. I wouldn't like to speculate on which one it could be. Pandaroo, thank you for the follow. What a name. It's perfect. What if he's got any middle names, too? Does Pablo Escobar, the real one, have any middle names? Oh, he's nothing. Just Pablo Escobar. He's not making it to 18. Poor sod. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we got to be careful if we were to lose any games. Spanish fluent. And violence fluent. Yeah, what's his aggression like? It's a mystery, Chato. Pablo Tim Escobar. Oh, yeah, the thing is, we don't know much about his physicals, other than he's extremely agile, presumably from escaping the authorities, yeah? Oh, was the request in there, too? Oh, Vice with the gifted sub to Luke. You love to see it. Oh, Pablo Nigel Colin Escobar. Now we're talking. That seems complete. I don't know. What is that? Is that meant to be a joke? That's clearly what his actual name was, obviously. No, I absolutely do want to find out what his... I definitely want to know what it is. All attributes are between 1 and 20. Let's find out. I don't know. Something tells me we might be able to get 21 out of him. So yeah, actually, let me just prioritize him for a second. Because, obviously. Oh yeah, of course, this doesn't work, does it? Hang on. I forgot that you can't actually sort this by name because it doesn't work. I've always wanted to know what it's actually sorting these by. Because you click it and it's filtered by name, but like... Oh, it's surname. Hang on. Or is it? No. Oh, actually, it might be. But then it seems to just pick and choose at random. Let me just do it by... No, that doesn't work either. Is this screen just completely balked? Oh, damn it. Right, okay, so we'll try to search it by surname, and I know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to scroll through it until I see a player on my shortlist. This is tedious, man. You might notice a lot. Oh, there he is. Right, prioritize. Boom. Lovely. Okay. Age. The thing is, age wouldn't have worked all that well, given that I was just scouting all the South American under-19 squads. Arreso, yes, let's do it. But no, seriously, Luke, thank you so much for the raid, man. Hope stream was excellent for you. Let's see. It's kind of nuts that he's still knocking about in South America and not getting an... I mean, £31,000 a week ain't bad to be earning at Santos Laguna, in fairness, so I don't blame him, honestly. Maybe he just wants to stay nearer to home. Oh. Like, don't get me wrong, he's brilliant. To be honest with you, right? If he sticks around in South America much longer, we could almost get to the point of actually being able to sign him. Go to the bottom of the list. That's a good point, Roberto. Good shout. I hadn't thought about that, yeah. I mean, we've done it now, but that's a good tip for later. Because let's face it, I'm going to do it again. Santos Laguna is not from South America. All right, sorry, Mexico. Because, you know, that's much further away than Europe. What I meant was close to home. He's relatively close to Uruguay compared to if he was in, say, Germany. Which, hey, maybe Germany's also in South America. We just don't know. Let's do a bit of staff. And try and find some scouties. See if they'll actually say yes this time. 2 people. How were all the scouts we were looking at last time? Lads, where'd you go? There we go. Ooh. All right, we'll find someone, I expect. To buy it for 2 years. Wow. Yeah, it's weird how people... Yeah. Has anyone ever been to Germany? No, because Germany doesn't actually exist. That'd be cool if there was actually an option on their page to just literally prioritize scouting directly from the players page. That'd be quite sick, actually. Mateus Eraser. Yeah, put Harry's out of business. Oh, 13 years at Zenit. Maybe he's one of... Does he have a dynamic PA? Because that might explain it. Germany is, of course, the capital of Uruguay, as I'm sure geography fans will know. So, Matt Neal. I mean, you're probably great at racing, but are you any good at being a scout? Hang on. Let's just sort by PA for... Not PA. I mean, this guy would obviously be the dream. He'll want about £7,000 a week. What can we offer still? 675. So still, unfortunately. Should we go back in for this guy, see if he's interested this time? I know he wants to be a Hoyd, but maybe I could convince him to become a scout by offering him lots of money. So he was happy to accept 150 there. What about... That was the mistake we made last time. No. No, it wasn't. How could... Oh, I see, because like South America. I see your point there, actually. Yeah, no, I hadn't thought about that. That was mainly Argentina, wasn't it? Schultz at Ledger. We tried him before, didn't we? Ibanez? He might be young enough to the point where... Well, they say when you get United. Hey, give it a year or two. I don't even understand. I like a bit of geography, to be fair. Oh! What? What? A bit of Scotland knowledge. It is specifically Scotland knowledge, isn't it? But the adaptability is useful. So much for that. All right. We've got to find 3 of the bastards. Let's have a look at these guys with really low... Then again, he had really low rep too, didn't he? Look how that had. Job ad. Yeah, the problem is I want them now. I don't mind doing that with coaches because we don't, like, super desperate for them. But with the scouts, I kind of want to get them in as quickly as possible. Simon Cooper... We've tried Simon Cooper, haven't we? Because I made the joke about Stefan Szymanski at the same time. Yeah. Okay, let me just reduce my requirement a tiny bit more. Actually, hang on. Let me match 2 out of 3. That's better. And bump this up by 1. So we got a bit better. It means that there might be some holes. Steve Groove is a great name, yeah. This guy's a loan manager. Oh, he's Italian. Go on, give me some... Oh, he's got a bit of Argentinian knowledge. Looks like he's borrowed his dad's suit, despite being 53. 2.4k a week. Cool. This is going to take us a while, I sense. Oh, hey, Diego. Oh, what a name. Jawad Swinglehurst. Never had a job in his entire career. Right? Still wants more money than we're able to offer. Like, Javad, is this perhaps the reason you've never had a job in your entire career? I don't mean to harp on this again, but if they've never even had a job, how the fuck are they able to demand that kind of money? Like, absolutely nuts. Jesus Rubio? Regen, no jobs. Ever. Thank you. Oh, because of his name. They're just like, we don't sign Swinglehursts around these parts. He's a D&D character. Well, it appears that he's rolled a... Well... Nope, I was trying to make a D&D joke and I have not played enough of it. Whose waste demands are dynamic, true. He's a self-made millionaire. He just likes it on the side. All right, we'll have Jesus Rubio. Get him in as well. We can always freshen this up later. Good morning from the USA. It must be extremely morning. Holy shit. Thank you for joining us, sir. Oh, Iran. I might be the first person to ever say that. Well, that certainly doesn't work in the State Department anyway. He plays... Oh, he didn't play for... Oh, he did play for Eshtigal. It's his first job out of management. Out of being a... Okay, hang on. Ryan Cooper. Right. Okay. If you want... This is my proof that the staff is broken. He will demand normal money. Because he already has a job. Although, that's Chief Scout, so I'm sorry, sir. You're going to have to take a step down and be not a Chief Scout. I hope that's all right if I pay you less money and offer you that job. Okay, but what about a bit less than that? There you go. That's fine. A little Riyad Mahrez. Hey. I was going to say, he's not little. He's about 5'9", I think. Actually, 5'9", yeah. It's a shame I couldn't see his height. That joke would have worked way better if I could see his height, damn it. Oh, God, yeah. Okay, so that's good. We'll get these guys in nice and quick. We'll speed up the scouting process a little bit. Because at the moment, with that many players on our scouting shortlist... not shortlist, but, like, you know what I mean. Oh, I'll ask that too, just in case. We need to get as many as possible to start burning through them. That's a goalkeeper. So... Arsenal versus Liverpool tonight. Some game... Probably be called off, won't it? Arsenal will loan a few more players out and then be like, I'm sorry, we've not got a big enough squad. We've had it. Dundalk win. Bohemians lose. Okay, where's some Pats lose, which is good news. Okay, Westlife FC have done all right, and Dundalk have carried on from last season. Bows have actually lost both of their opening matches, and incredibly, who was the newly promoted? Oh, it was Shelbourne, right? Wasn't it? Yeah. 90 goals next week, of course. I'd like 19 goals every 3 games if it's all the same. Need for Speed Pro Street. I love that kind of knowledge. That's just deep cut stuff, right? Hey, Aberforth. How's it going? Wow, lots of OG names in chat today. I love to see it. We've got Vice, Clip, Aberforth. It's brilliant news. Simple turn. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, good shout. So what we'll do is we've had it with this. So I'm going to clear it because it's just taking up space and potentially training time. With this, though, I'm going to copy that and then just wait one change. So we've got it in our back pocket in case we need it, and we're training it. Make sure this is set to primary still. Did it just make our new one our primary tactic briefly then? Okay, cool. There we go. We should be good. A trivia question. Yes, Dan. We love trivia around these parts. Closing a record winning run. 8 matches on the spin. Well, that's a turn up for the books, isn't it? Aberforth with the 13 months. Oh.
I got a new role in the hospital, so been busy during common stream hours. Great to catch one again.
Oh, it's lovely to see you. Congratulations on your new role. I imagine the worst role in hospital would probably be patient. So hopefully it's not that. I assume it's not. Although that would also keep you quite busy, I suppose. But thank you so much, man. That's really nice of you. Sound like a mismatched trio that met at uni. Maybe they did. How many countries are there in Africa? 53, I believe. Or is it 54? It's 53 or 54, I think. We've had this question on... Didn't we have this on the Christmas quiz 2 years ago? I swear we might have done. Our goalkeeper's just got hurt. Chat, we've lost both goalkeepers. He might be able to play. He might be able to play. Watch it spawn another Galvin. Making sure that nobody unauthorized comes to the hospital. Important, I would say. But no, that's amazing, man. Patient role? Well, I mean, to be fair, just because you're not being paid doesn't mean it's not a role. Everyone plays a role in life. For example, I might play role streamer. Vice, for example, in this case, play role mod. And everyone else play role chatto. You know? In a way. Maybe it's Escobar slowly picking people off before we get him. Maybe. 54. Yeah, I thought it was 54. Or I also thought it was 53, but got there in the end. Let's see. Brooks Lennon. We're trying to sign him at the moment, so we'll leave that be. You I already looked at. And he's one of those players that I think this is mostly based on some of his good mentals and a couple of good physicals, but I don't think he's actually supremely great. He's got good bravery, though. Galvin. Imagine if it does spawn another Galvin. That'd be insane. Mason McGurk is a cool name. And quite a good player, potentially, too. Fine. I also wish at the bottom you could have an option to set up... Actually, wait. Can you do that? There used to be... Can you still do that? Scout player for 1 week. No. See, I wish when you had on this menu, you had another option that just says scout for another week, rather than having to either fully scout. I know that you can right click on them and do that, but it's I would like to see that, you know? Lucas Stanger. Mantova. Who? I'm assuming they're a lower league. Oh, they're obviously a lower league Italian side. Bubs Khan, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I think he'll be fine. May want to put a goalkeeper on the bench. That would be troublesome, given that we only have 2 goalkeepers and they're both injured. Meaning that he was... he is the backup goalkeeper. Who we specifically bought so that we could have a guy that was homegrown for Europe. Thank God we did. How far ahead of the recaps? So 1 stream removed. So basically, when you see the recap video, that is up to date. But then obviously, I normally put that out the day of a stream. So we're like 1 stream removed from that. A piece of bread plays a role in life. Yes, it does. Usually, it depends. Is it a bread roll? Or is that the joke?
It's good you came in summer.
Have I been whooshed?
In winter, it can get
you're
very
32.
depressing.
And also you play for EFK. And I refuse to engage with them. I love it. Look at that. Sorry, I enjoy the fact that it's an Irish player directly above a Cote d'Ivoire player just because of the reverse flags. You'll love to see it. Ben Maxwell.
It's good
you
you
before,
came
didn't we?
in summer. In winter.
Oh, Josh, and I'm Tom. Thank you for the follows, lads. Yeah, if you did come over from Luke's stream and you're actually pleasantly surprised, then hey, drop a like. Drop a like. Drop a follow. That'd be lovely. If you're watching this on the VOD later, drop a like. Gotta get that done. I'm gonna just bin these ones for now. Gotta be ruthless, chat. Right, let's see. What's our look at? How many goals is the farm keeper? Do you know what? Wouldn't it be brilliant if they were top of the league now? I don't imagine they'll be that bad, honestly. 5th in the league. Okay, they got 1 point. But he's only conceded 2 in 2. 2 in 2. Oh, supreme. I also wonder, like, how long does it take you to work out that you can slice bread? Well, people just picking up an entire loaf and just eating it. Like, surely it didn't take long to figure that one out, right? That's just my thoughts on this. Sadly, this is the case. To be fair, I don't hate them so much as resent them slightly after knocking us out with that. It's cost us several £million in money, and therefore I am resentful about it. Probably ripping it. No. Just, I like to believe that they've got an entire big old loaf and they're just like, oh. To be fair, I'm not above eating a loaf of bread like that, as you, I'm sure, are well aware. Why is my shimmers still on? There we go. I was going to bugger up the lights and stuff later, I suppose. Throw a jersey on the manager. Oh, dear. Right, so that's... For those of you that may be new, right, by the way, Finn Harps conceded 100 and... Hang on, I've literally forgotten how many it was. It was so many. I can't even count them. How many it was? 112 goals last season in a 36-game season. Their goalkeeper managed to concede more than 40 more than he was supposed to, XG-wise. It was incredible. Ooh, 1-1s for days. Oh, Sancho scored for United. 7 million was a lot. Yeah, it wasn't... It would have been more like 4 or 5 million. Basically, it cost us... The thing is, it didn't know, because it was the round before the playoff round. So for all we know, we'd have got drawn against Red Bull Salzburg in the final round or something. So maybe I'm being too harsh on EFK Mariam. Oh, by the way, also, chat, I went back in for Mazwan Hisa, and he said yes this time. So we're going to get Tawanda Mazwan Hisa for, I think, a 2-year contract, because I was a little bit perturbed about potential... Not potential so much as I'm a bit on the fence about him, but for, I think on like 1.8k a week or something. Bear in mind, he wanted like, what was it, 10k before? Yeah, 1.8k. Squad player as well. And also Brooks Lennon, who is going to be on a bit less. But he won't join us till the summer anyway. He's a fullback / right-sided player to give us a bit of cover on both positions. And he's American, which is kind of nice. Oh, dear. Get the game postponed after you keep us. Yeah, we'll just be like, oh my god, it's all happening now, chat. Maicon Rogerio. Had to pay for this lad. St. Gallen from... Is that Sao Paulo? I don't know, probably like 30k. It'd be one of those weird ones. Have absurd money. I don't know, actually. I've never actually managed any of them, honestly. We'll ask Sheriff to welcome him in. Wow, this is all just happening now. Lennon will join us in the summer. I actually don't need him right now. And I think all that we'll end up doing right now is pissing him off from not registering him. So let me see how much they want. Is it worth it for 10k just for backup in the league? Surely it is, right? 6k. Holy shit, that's even more than less than I thought. Galway record. Minus 100 goals. Jesus Christ. Hang on. So they were conceding like an average of over 3 goals a game then? The love child of David and Aaron. Maybe. Maybe. I think for 10k we might as well just take him at this point. Gives us more backup. Completes the squad out a little bit. Esteban as well from Leicester. Leicesterban, I should call him. And then also the scout is in too. So Leonard's going to come in. He's fine. Like, on, like, essentially a 2-year deal, I think he'll give us a nice bit of cover from both right side and... I swear he had 10 tackling a minute ago. I swear he did. But that's good. It's not actually get some signings in now. We've also got the loan guys too. But a load of fake test results. Ah, true. 4 games this season by double digits. Yeah, that is quite a lot. Oh my days. Okay. Yeah, I think for a season on loan, Ancor Esteban is probably fine. Tackling's really good. Bravery and aggression are nice. It's not the quickest, but he's not the slowest. He's not the tallest, but he's got reasonable jumping reach. Does dive into tackles, but his tackling's good. So I think that's a reasonable piece of business for a year. It is a year, right? Yeah. And also, look at the transfer value. Not that that really matters. It's just because Leicester. But, yeah. Part of the reason, when I was looking for some loan players that we didn't have knowledge on, I just sorted by transfer value. And sometimes you can just do that and find outrageous deals. Not even deals, but just outrageous players. But it will often prioritize Premier League sides for obvious reasons. And Caden McLaughlin. Wow. Just on one day, the whole squad has just been pumped out. Caden McLaughlin as well. Left side, right side, centre. Can do what we want with him. It's brilliant. S-Mac with the... that is too much. Too much.
Shut.
Morning, sir. Oh. Ancor, man. No. I haven't actually used... Explain how to do training schedules. The RDF ones... so the way I do it, Icarus, is... So, again, these have actually been carried over from previous seasons. But what you want to do is, because obviously the pack that RDF gives you has several of them. I only use 3 of them. I use Development 1 match, which is for... So there's a big pack, basically, and I think I've renamed these, but generally speaking, they've got a similar name. So Development 1 match, RDF. So I will always use that one in weeks where we have a single match day. No match is the same one. It just works in development. And there isn't one for 2 matches because you can't really do much development work. So I use the tiki-taka one because our team is a pass-heavy team. But you might want to adjust that one depending on what style of football you play. It works for us because of that. But yeah, and then all I'll do is I'll go through here, look at how many matches. So for example, development 1 week. We've got 1 game in this week, so therefore I play that one. This one was Tiki-Taka 2 because we had 2 matches. That's basically how I set it up, essentially. I'm sure there's more optimal ways of doing it, but generally speaking, it works quite well. Occasionally, I'll tweak it if we need to, but most of the time, we're good on that one. Sod Potts and Bruno Martins Pereira. Thank you for the follows, guys. It's Ken Jen and Ireland. I think he came through at Sociedad. Sorry, not Sociedad. God, I can hear the... Real Sociedad. No, okay, even stranger. He came through at Malaga. And ironically, had a little loan spell at San Felix. There we go. How do you go from 1-all to just destroy people? Basically, we've been extremely clinical lately. That's really what's done it. Our XG in the last couple of matches hasn't even been that high. The Reading one was absurd. I think it was above 5. But against Birmingham City and Bristol City, it wasn't that high. We've just been lethal in front of goal. Carvalho's back in form. And it's been even harder for people to really know who to pick up because they're already having to worry about Cabano, Mitrovic, and Harry Wilson. And then all of a sudden, Carvalho's like, hi, remember me? Mental. That's how I do it anyway. And again, never take what I say as gospel. In fact, I would argue to, in fact, do the exact opposite of that. But that's generally speaking my rule. They might be linked, yeah. Like, it was reasonable and we should win the game, but like scoring 6 goals in them is definitely an anomaly. For every time Tony Khan refuses to apologise on Twitter, we score 6 more goals. Yeah, crack on, Huff. There's definitely a few. 2002, they've been banned in Brazil. I know. Why is that? Because I know there's a huge import duty on video gaming stuff and computer equipment in Brazil in general, isn't it? Is that part of the reason why they just no longer sell it there? Or is there more deep reasons to that? Because that does suck. Is there no way you can get it at all then, Tavic? Right, so... Yeah, Ed will be fine, thankfully. It was only his shoulder anyway. Put 6 past, but oh god, M loved it as well. Oh, I can't believe this happened twice in a week. Like, oh my days. Booty suspended. Pollock is unknown. Oh my god. Right, okay, hang on. We literally have enough players for the team and the bench with a grayed out keeper on the bench. Must use a VPN. Jesus Christ. Oh, these injuries have hit us hard, man. Thank God we were able to register the loanees. But at the very least, we're not having an issue now where players are complaining about being left out of squads. So there is that. And I was able to rest out Hayes and Miles for the last game. It's going to be tough. I know. And also, what's this grayed out player that isn't also, how is he not fully fit?
Cooper,
what have you been doing here? Jimmy Goggin. He sounds like a gangster. Docent Faber, thank you very much for the follow. Licensing. Oh, really? That sucks. It'd just be cool. Imagine a world, chat, where FM is sold everywhere at the same... Well, not the same price. Obviously, regional pricing makes sense. And has every league licensed. And then there's no need for dodgy downloadables. And just imagine if the editor just worked like... Oh, that's the thing we can all dream about, right? Yeah, maybe it's just... Chat, all right, how about this for a bit of headcanon here? Maybe Dara had to go into witness protection and changed his name to Jimmy Goggin. I'm just saying. That's why he's so tight. To be fair, yeah. I can see that. Right. What's this squad looking like? If you see any absolutely ridiculous players in here that I should be worried about, I mean, Ricky Puig is a player that... What a picture. He's a player that usually I've seen do quite... What on earth? Dynamic pricing, maybe. Ah, well, my camera's frozen. Also, what do you mean my Nordic Nomad's voice? Hang on, I want more context to that. Do I have a Nordic Nomad's voice? There we go, we're back. That's not happened in a while, actually. Oh, dear. Protected from Pablo, true. I want to know more about this now. What's the difference? Looks a little like... He does a bit. It's the hair, I think. What? Is it what you mean, like when I do the voiceover bits? A YouTube voice. Ah. 6 to the death of us. Oh, like my Callie knew that if he was going to get Henrik back, he needed to find Astrid. That kind of voiceover voice. My I'm reading an audiobook type of voice. I'd quite like to do voiceover work one day. That'd be quite fun. I like talking. I like doing that sort of stuff. Careful how you say Astrid. Why? Look like your mum on the telephone to the bank. Oh. Very tall. Ah, that's gonna call. To be fair, I'll set it back to pretty an erotic novel. I like talking. Yes, it's true. Zinkenegel from 40 might be. In fact, how many's... yes, he is. Obviously, you can't see him. Just whoop. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just show you properly. How about that? So he's got around a bit. God, imagine that. A player on loan from Watford to Udinese for 3 years. I mean, just what are the chances of that? So it's because there is obviously a difference between YouTube voice and stream voice, and I think it's because with YouTube it's more of a presentation, I guess. So you have to sort of go into presentation mode, and it is quite easy to switch between the two. At some point we're going to end up having to record video. I feel at some point we're going to find chances to actually record videos live on stream. You'll notice the difference when I just go straight into like YouTube mode, because it is a different style, whereas Twitch is more kind of like I'm just kind of me. That's why I like streaming, actually. It's not that I can't be myself on YouTube. It's just that you have to be slightly different because it is more of a tight production, you know? Don't know why I'm doing this. So that wouldn't have made it into a YouTube video. Ass fridge. Hey, if you've got an ass the size of a fridge, then that's just good for you, right? Toit. Nice. Right, Basel. Nice and easy, yeah?
There's a train coming anytime
Nabastu!
soon.
Thank you for the follow. I prefer YouTube, Matt. I think we all do, really. Why you're here, then, eh? Pitching woo to a lady. I'm sorry. It's that phrase. Pitching woo to a lady. Do I have to doff my cap on that one? Hang on, did you say Kieran Trippier on the bench? That's concerning. Galvin did make the bench, by the way. Morning, Northern Pilgrim. Oh, God, they do have Kieran Trippier on... Hang on, is that Kieran Trippier? Might be another Trippier, chat. It's not. It's Kieran John Trippier. We're fine. We're fine. It's not Kieran Trippier. It's Kieran John Trippier. No problem at all. Oh, this is going to be stupidly difficult for us. But we'll give it a go, right? Goggin on the bench. Damn right. The critters must have sacked to resign in error. How was your Saturday night? Yeah, I pitched woo to a lady. We all did it. Actually, that's not a bad start. Kind of average, even start to the match. If we could just get like a draw out of one of these legs, that would be enough for me, just for coefficient, because I just don't see us getting past them. Although, I would like to see a highlight. Oh, surely not. 90. Hayes over the crossbar. Best chance of the game so far. The only chance of the game so far is that. What a start. It does take 2 moments. Yeah. It's because that's how it would have to be. I would like to try and do some stuff like that, but it has to be the right scenario, you know, to actually be able to record stuff like that. But yeah, it's just a different style of presenting, really, at the end of the day. And to be fair, I've done like what 1,500, maybe 2,000 YouTube videos, so that was much more natural to me when I first started streaming. And I think it made me a bit more wooden to begin with streaming. But now I just kind of, I'm just vibing, man, you know? I have no idea why I just mimed that when I literally could have just... My brain's gone. Just shouts at her all the time, just constantly. Just even when she's not here, I'm just yelling at a picture of her on the wall. Man shakes fist at sky. Oh. The stream recaps. Problem is they're half an hour long and they take a lot longer than that to actually record and edit down, and that would be quite a long segment of a stream. Been hanging out with the Colombian keepers. I need to make subs. This game has gone past so fast that the subs have even slipped beneath me. God, our team is tired. Roy's getting a chance. Can't really too far, I do. Oh, no way. Yes! Treaty 1, Basel 0, Lewis Hayes and Turtle Nerd coming in with the 3 months as we take the lead against Basel in the Europa League. What a ball in from Howcroft. Hazy jumps highest. It's in the back of the net, and incredibly, we might be able to beat them. I've got to immediately switch this to time waste. Oh, imagine if we were, and we would be good value for it, I'd say. We've been the better team on the night, and if we get a victory against Basel here, this would be enormous. Even for coefficient, just for the first leg. And Basel with a gifted sub to Northern Pilgrim. Holy shit, we beat the bastards. That is unexpected. And I think we deserved it. If either team deserved it, it was us. The coefficients, exactly. Even if we don't go through now, we won a game against them and looked pretty solid. Save the games, right? We've got autosave on. We good. We won't get caught out like that again. Oh, no. Oh, exactly. Told you, it wasn't Kieran Trippier. It was Kieran John Trippier, and he had nothing for us. Oh, crying to your Toblerone, you Swiss bastards. Crying to your efficient public transport. Oh, lovely. Excellent news. I just want a scout report on Pablo Escobar now. That's what would make this that little bit better. Also, that is, I believe, our record attendance. 9,000 for that. Hang on. Surely that's gate receipts. No? That's also 9 matches in a row that we've won now. Coming off the back of 6 matches in the league without a win. And how many was that? Was that 8 games in all competitions we didn't win? And now we've won every single match since then. FM's form, man, is weird. The final GeoWizard episode, yes, I did. Fucking love that guy. I assume a lot of you... I was actually going to bring that up, actually, because I assume a lot of you watch him, too. That man is going to kill himself one day, accidentally jumping over a fence and just fall down a ravine. But I love him. His videos give me a kind of nostalgia factor for YouTube. I don't know what it is. I think it's just because of his insistence on the 4:3 camera ratio as well. It's supreme. Cooper accepts... It's the same... Really? The same contract? Well, there we go. Oh, dear. Designs chocolate that hurts when you eat it. Thank you. Yes. I've never been a huge fan of Toblerones anyway. And I'm certainly not anymore. Ooh, right, before we get to that, because I think that's going to have Escobar in it, I'm going to go just find another scout since that silly bastard turned us down. Any nobodies? Nobodies? We've looked at this guy before, haven't we? Should we go back in for the Boston guy? Even though he has no judging potential. But he'd be really cheap. Fuck it. Be good for current ability, at the least. Oh, dearie me. I think, yeah, I don't think it's perhaps what he would have wanted, but the thing is, I watched the videos on pure entertainment value, and I got entertained by it. Also, his girlfriend is a fucking saint. It's just mental. Apology to make. I've stolen your save ID. No. There's no such thing as a stolen save ID. That's awesome, man. Let me know how you get on. I'm curious. Have we got any... Oh, here we go. Yes, this is better. These are some of the guys we were looking at before. Also, you just because potentially really good. Nelson Abbey's out of contract. I don't know if I want to waste our scouting budget on him, though. Young guy at Celtic who's potentially loanable. Lee Howe, 19, though. Gareth Baker, 18-year-old Englishman. Holy shit. I mean, he's at West Ham. And that's the guy at Cambridge, but yeah, he's not as good as we thought he was. And sadly, neither is that Greek centre-back, who had really good base attributes, but nothing quite there. Zotta, I've never actually heard of that. I'm letting myself down here, aren't I? Oh. Wait, dynamic youth rating, or the effective form? I mean, if I could have them fix anything overall, I would love to see an overhaul of the international management, because I love the idea of it, but I just don't think it works in its current form. But I think I'd still rather put the effort into fixing the dynamic youth rating thing, to be honest, because I think that would just make... I can take a bit of bad form and good form, because you kind of get best of both worlds with it. You have the bad form, but you also have unbreakable form too, so it kind of goes both ways. But I would just like a feature that was supposed to be a thing to be a thing. A huge change should, to me, have a noticeable effect on a save. Because, I don't know, I guess me and them maybe have different definitions of huge. Maybe. Inspired, exactly. Derivative of. The thing is, it's not even the scouting part of it that's tedious, Iron Man, although it is a bit that. What's really tedious is the way the squad selection screens work. And just, it's really clunky. Because before, they'd all be listed in these things, and then they'd have the different name, and then you'd have to constantly move players, but you would then forget which ones were in which squad, even though it's written there, but then you'd forget how many players from each position you had in which squad, and it's just... There surely must be a way of streamlining that, and even that would be enough for me. Also, maybe have it so that when you ask your assistant to select a squad, at the very least they select enough players to fill the squad. Just an idea. I'm looking at you, Daniel McBreen. Oh. I certainly... Oh, yeah, well, we all do, I think, on that one. Yeah, Hugh... Yeah, no, to be fair, I've met Hugh Chanjay. Great dev, honestly. Poland building a nation. Hell, 2 or 3 teams in the... Nice! Hang on, you got Vidjev. Is that Voj? Or is that a different team? Because I know... Is it Vidjev Voj? I used to love saying their name out loud. Semi-finals is very impressive. Okay, so that we already knew. Vidjev Woj. I love the name of that team. I used to love Polish names. They were so fun. Make international management dynamic. Now we're talking. Right, so we've got Basel again. Wait, we didn't have a match in between. We've actually had a full week's rest. Do you know what? We might actually have a chance here. Chat, he's 1.7 million. Oh, please, Pablo, if there's anything left in your body after all the cocaine, fucking hell. Chat, he's actually really good. Oh. Please. Damn it! Okay, so the Building a Nation concept. The idea, essentially, is that we're trying to make the Irish League, the League of Ireland, the best league in Europe, essentially on the coefficient charts. We'll come back to Pablo in a second. So, we're trying to get Ireland to the top of this, which would allow you to get, your 4 Champions League spots, 3 Europa League, or 2 Europa League and 1 Conference League spot now, basically. To make it the best league in Europe. But it's very difficult, and you can't just do it yourself. So, if we won the Champions League 5 years in a row, it wouldn't make any difference. Or it would, but you wouldn't be able to get to number 1 by yourself. You have to have the other Irish sides also succeed, and that's where the challenge comes in. And you have to try to find a way to make them better whilst not managing them. And it can be done, and I think this year is the year we actually finally do it. Okay. Reputation changes in June. Yeah, I think what I'll do... Should we declare... Could we maybe... Has anyone had any success at actually winning players round with things like this? Because I think he's excellent, obviously. He's still affordable for us. And, to clarify, he's 17 and he's in the under-23 squad for Colombia. So he's clearly an absolute baller. And look at the reflexes potentially here. Like, there's a few little things that are a bit sus, but still. He's a player that I'd be willing to push the boat out to get. For obvious reasons that he's really good, but also because his name is Pablo Escobar. Can you imagine the memes if our first choice goalkeeper for the next 15 years was Pablo Escobar? Haven't had that work. Players convinced him to join. Yeah, the problem is we don't have any Colombians. That is real. It is his real name. I promise you. I found him when I was doing a bit of scouting prior to stream today. So I made sure to make note of it. Oh, dear. What do we do here? Bit short to be a goalkeeper. He's 5'11". Like, if the rest of him's good, then I'll take that. Here's me engrossed in last year's jobs. Yeah, I think I said that a lot that year, didn't I? We did get to third with Norway, which ain't bad. And I think this year, with the rules available to us, I think there's a chance. Like, I actually don't know, John. I think if they're from the same... Maybe if they play for the same club or from the same nation, you can sometimes get it to work. Doesn't beat Palo ass, man. Could we declare? I mean, I think it's very unlikely he will grow. Would declaring him a top target maybe work? What year it was? I don't know. It must be one of the last year. The lack of rules. Sorry. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, we've noticed a lot of that. I think it is possible, basically. We got to third, and we weren't far... Remember, with Tromsø, we were not far off of Spain. There was one year where Spain had a really bad year, and it kind of... let's try and make an offer. Let's just see what happens. Has a lot of potential. Restricted transfer window, foreign transfers only. It's fine. It wouldn't go through anyway yet, so... Let's... They'll probably want about midway, unless he's got a release clause, maybe. I'll offer 500k to start. Because I'm happy to pay that. That's a reasonable amount. Maybe I should have lowered it, but we'll see. Nah. Okay, that's actually really fine. Although I'll stretch that out a bit. Because that would just be... Think of the amount of money we'll hopefully have. I probably could have got that down more, actually, but I just want to test the waters with him for a second. More than anything else. Also, the Andorran chat. He's a player from Andorra with 3.5... I know that this isn't fantastic at the moment, but look at the physicals. Some good mentals. I think he'd be available relatively cheap. Ooh. He intrigues me as well. And he would be homegrown. More importantly. Should we try him as well? Remember, we can afford. We've got the money. 12 tackling. That's good, though. For an 18-year-old. Like, it's not the best, but he's an 18-year-old from Andorra. And he'd be a homegrown player. Like, remember, we're not Barcelona. We are Treaty United. Yeah, the sending a scout thing definitely does work. I've actually... Who was it I unsettled by doing this before? There was some player I really unsettled by sending a scout to watch them over and over again. And eventually they went, fine, I'll join you. Maybe... Oh, hang on. He'll have a release course, won't he? Was it Judas? Isn't tackling hard to train? It is, but it does naturally... Like, put it this way. If he's 25 with 12 tackling, I'd be less intrigued. But at 18, as a homegrown option... Yeah. No vision, of course, though. So we will have to get him a guide dog, but that's fine. I'm going to try it. I think I'm willing to pay that, since we can. Right, let's move on from that now. There's McPherson, who was another guy we were looking at before, wasn't he? Yeah, exactly. We need more homegrown players, basically. That's what we're looking for. DFB fan, thank you for the follow. Wow, okay. You've been around for ages. I thought you were already following. But thank you so much, man. So El Chapo, I wanted to just see before we come back to that. Silvinho. I think, to be fair, man does have gangster vibes. Second from bottom. Holy shit. That's true. Yeah, we get a guide dog young enough. We can get 2 homegrowns for the price of 1. Agreed. Great shout. He does have, like, Don, like, math. He should be called Don Silvinho in this save, based on that alone, right? Okay, so... Ballestero. I mean, obviously, huge. I love an Argentinian called Brian. You'd love to see it. Hey, Finn.
Take off the...
Corshane, thank you for the follow. Thing is, right? Obviously, he's excellent, but also, obviously, he would want absurd money. You know what? Fuck it. We'll scout him. I'm curious. You are too old and... Ooh. Actually, no. You two will get rid. A couple of more guys. See, this is a couple of those players that I've been looking at. My guess is the reason they're low down here is because of their price range more than anything else. You're not quite good enough. It's nice to see a few of these guys filtering in. The next still won't join us even on loan, sadly. Oh, thank you, Palace. Recognition you deserve one day. Well, that's nice. I feel like I'm getting a reasonable amount of recognition, and that's okay, except for transfer tug of war. Player does not want to join in romantic club. Prefer to... Now, hang on. Here's a chance. Saying things like that in the press definitely helps, right? Have you seen the Australian Open yelling "Sue"? No, I haven't. Hey, Asher. This is interesting. Let's see what they say. Stature in the game isn't big enough to match his own ambitions. Okay. We'll definitely smint. I'm going to have one now. Going to run out of these. We've not heard the end of this. So the problem is, this would be bad for us, wouldn't it? Because we need him to be playing here. Or rather, being part of our squad. Because otherwise he won't count as homegrown. If he goes back on loan straight away, won't he? So we can't really afford that. Or does that still count? A laxative effect. Oh dear. I be pooping. Morning, Mike. Yeah, it can. It only happens to regens, but it can happen. I had it happen to one of my star players, actually, on my Whipport save. Wants to stay at Treaty anyway. Oh, does he? Oh, yeah, true. So we'll just reject it then. Needs another Irish loan. Yeah, although honestly, I think he'd probably do a job. Fringe player. Right, come on. Sensible contract, sir. Fringe contract. He says, it says 925 to 1.4 on a fringe player contract. Show me some moderation, Luis. Come on. Yes. Now, obviously, we can't butcher him with international wage clauses because he's already an international. But what I can do is get rid of some of these and try to put in things like relegation release clauses to try and maybe a 3-year deal or 4-year deal. See if he'll accept that. He will. I will take that. 1.4k a week. Remember, he's already international, so we can't screw him on that. 4-year contract, though. No release clause. No boat clause, which isn't ideal, but I think that, for me, is a good piece of business. Because he will be a homegrown player for us. And he's an Andorran international. What's not to like about that? Oh. Right then. Let's celebrate, hopefully, the potential signing of an Andorran international who's actually good with a bit of Harold Bishop. I think we'll do that. Ready? We just limber up. Oh, right then, chat. Get your emotes ready. You know what to do. I'll give you a little countdown. And a 5, and a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 1. And Panis, you might have to put that message in chat again in a second so I can read it properly. 1 second. Let's go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harrell and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake, and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
True. It's very true. Let me finish my smint. I was born in the... Exactly. He was pouring pints at the castle, or whatever it was. We're in charge. All right, Dave, calm down. Wait, you're... Oh, I forgot he's from Luxembourg, isn't he? I think he'll come in handy. I think our relationship with Strasbourg this year is actually going to get stronger, because those guys are going to get some playtime. So it's Barca versus Milan, potentially in the final. Although... plenty of time to come back for Liverpool there, let's face it. They've done it before. Right. We've actually suddenly just banged a load of transfers out of nowhere, haven't we? Having barely any transfers. We signed that guy who turned out to be crap. That guy who turned out to be okay. Got our 4 loan signings from Strasbourg. Then Pollock and Mazman Hisa, good players. Brooks Lennon, Lesteban, and then Caden. Those are not too bad. I think he'd be flattered, Ken. I'd like to believe he would. I'll do the Nugan face back at some point. It's just... I forget, basically. In Finland, with only Scandinavian players, that's going to be extremely tough. 3rd division... Wow. You just spent a 500k for the stadium. That sounds like a hole that you're going to struggle to dig out of, unfortunately. Because is it like a debt from the building of the stadium or something? How to finish in Europe? We're still in it, James. Second leg. Second leg of Europe. This should be the same team, right? Yeah. This is the second leg. We won the first leg by a 0-0. Booty's back. And we need Booty Man in because... Also, Adam Miles this season, he's been okay. Although, still not spectacular. In fact, I'd probably be tempted to start Connor Coventry there instead of him, actually, now that I say that. But Miles will still be on the bench instead of... No, I can't replace Roy. I might replace Eddie because Eddie's a dick. This is the first knockout round, essentially. Silveretta with the 14 months. You'd bloody love to see it.
Happy 14 months doobie-doo.
Doobie-doo. Doobie-doo. I want to be like you. And so on and so forth. Oligarch's gonna oligarchs. Of course, that's the Regan Booty. There can be only one Booty. Jordan, come on now. Why has the music stopped? There we go. That was weird. Spotify's like, nope, not today. Oh, dear. January to December leads. I love them so much. That was uncanny. Had a kazoo. Oh, I was doing like, I don't know how to explain it. That thing where you do this with your voice and it makes your voice sound really weird. It's almost like you've got a kazoo in your mouth. It's like your palate drops or something. Kazoo, you can. Yeah, he's now Irish, remember. He's awaiting the paperwork. 6 substitutes. Oh. Well, in that case, Eddie should probably... You know what? No. Eddie can get fucked. If Eddie is insistent on leaving on a free because he doesn't think he's good enough, then no. You can stay on the bench. You can stay out of the team, sir. Stay in maintenance. Oh, shit. That does feel like a real difficulty to get yourself out of, honestly. I think the only way that you could really get there would be just promotion up through the leagues and maybe some Europe, but that would take years, or an unbelievable player voice. It is a bit Stitch, actually, isn't it? Em would appreciate that. She bloody loves Stitch and Lilo. Mostly Stitch. Is Kieran John Trippier still knocking about? I mean... don't you hate it when you tell the team that they've won 9 games in a row, including against the team we're playing, and that they would be demotivated? But why? What? Yeah, okay, cool. That's it, just classic. Get demotivated. Well done. Won 9 in a row, including a match against this team. Why would it... Stupid of me to expect you to do it again. Also, narrow system for Basel. That might actually play into our hands here. You basically need luck with a wonder kid. Either to sell them for that price, oh god, the kick clash, or to get a lucky little sell-on clause, essentially. Booty, Howcroft. Oh, imagine if we scored. It's Ben Knight! Oh, no! Hey, it's his own fault. He should have been better. If he wanted his self-esteem to be so good. Yeah, I love playing against narrow systems. Biggest Rosenborg legend passed away. Oh, shit. Who was that? Oh, God, Jacob's hurt himself too. Might have to be Josh Hines, actually, yeah. How Bishop can't play the mole of murdering person. True. Oh, dear. It is a bit of a kick clash, this one, isn't it? But I love playing against narrow systems. Generally speaking, for the most part, when I see a narrow system, it usually means good things for us. However, that doesn't stop us from conceding from a set piece or something. Which is what I sense. Niels Arne Eggen. Not a player I'm familiar with. Oh, no, it's going to be a penalty, isn't it? Oh, well done, Ben. I mean, it's not got to anybody, but... I think, unfortunately, that chance for Ben Knight right at the start of this match might well be the... It might be the moment that we regret the most, particularly with them scoring now through Darian Malesh, who we were warned about. And there's the equaliser on the tie. 92 million in debt. Oh, right. Icelandic krona for a second. That's annoying. God damn it. We had our chance there and we fucked it. I don't think we're done yet, though. I blame my pre-match team talk where I expected them to win. That's the problem. We're still level, though, and it would only take a goal. I mean, it would only take a goal for them as well. Possession's okay. It's been a very, very even match, which is why it's most annoying that we're losing it. I hate when you lose matches that are dead. In fact, we'll probably arguably playing the better football now. Josh Hines has come off the bench and played like crap, but there's not much we can do. I might even get Mihailovic on, actually. All right, plan. Shift the system. I'm shifting it to the changed approach. Yeah, I don't like the no away goals. I like away goals. I've switched Sharif to advance forward for a bit because we do want to test it. I mean, the fact that we're losing this game is actually kind of disappointing because I'd say we've been the better team on the night here. Oh, God, please don't. Oh, God, is this where Kieran John Trippier comes and ruins us? Are we about to get knocked out in a tie that we would thoroughly deserve to go through in? Because at the moment, that's what's looking like it. Oh, no. That must be offside. Fucking hell. I don't know. Boomflex, thank you for the 21 months, man. Hopefully we can use that to...
21 months marks the first month of lockdown. I think there is too many more.
I suppose so. Because, I mean, I literally started streaming the... Not technically with the lockdown. It was actually the moment that Em had to do some isolation stuff because she had a cough. And it was the very next day that I went, right, fuck it, I'm starting to stream. And I kind of just never stopped. I've been live the entire time. Oh, dear. It's just such a shame. I'm still happy with the team in the sense that it's proven that we can actually take on some really good sides, but it's fucking annoying when we play this well and don't get the goals. And perhaps we should have done. Watch them score another one here now. Like top bins from Zinkernagel. Matstradamus. Ah. Matstradamus strikes again. How the fuck are we 3-0 down in this match? Absolute ridiculousness. Now we'll score, because that's what always happens in these matches. Is my second longest relationship? Yes! I'll take it. Matstradamus strikes again. It's just how it always goes in these matches. You'll play really well. You'll concede a couple of goals out of nowhere, and then you get one back late. And my guess will also be... Actually, another goal would put us in a position to... You know what? Fuck it. Another goal would actually tie it up. Oh, I swear to God, if they score another one. This is like IFK Mariam all over again. Well, that was shit. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I think we didn't deserve to lose 3-1, but we did, and that's just how it goes, isn't it? I think over 2 legs, we were the better of the 2 teams, but just those goals, man. It is what it is. We missed the chances when they were there, and that's how it always seems to be, isn't it? Just like that last time. I'm happy in the sense, though, that we played well enough. We look pretty good, even against teams like Basel, which is a good sign for what's to come. And we do get a shitload of money out of it, but fucking hell, man. Karna's out for a little bit. Got some cash. It's not much, but it's, you know, it's honest work. And at least now we can focus on the league, but Christ, that would have been so good. Oh, my Lord. Oh, that's for net. Will this carry over? Or not? Hopefully not.
I'm the Pope. Cooper, take off.
That wasn't the Champions League. That was the Europa League. Ben Lloyd, thank you for the follow. We're also out the Champions League, though. If that helps. Oh. That's it, yeah. He no longer wants to be in the squad. Brave of him. Oh, this will feel... I'll feel better if we can get our Andorran man. And... I don't believe I've ever seen that on this... All right, well, there we go. We are getting him. So, Luis Alberto Naves is going to come in. An Andorran centre-back who... What should be shit now? Please. I think he's not bad, and he'll be a homegrown player for us, you know? If he actually could reach that sort of level in this team, I think he's good enough. And I'm happy with that because, again, homegrown. He will count. Let me just check. Yeah, there you go. He will count as not only homegrown, but homegrown at club, which is super important. He's got a bit of time on his side, exactly. I'm fine with that. It's annoying that he's not quite the 5-star, but what I would say is that they actually had his potential yellow star slightly lower. Maybe it's time to do Scotland. You're right. I think we should just bin it off and do Scotland, chat. What are you saying? Oh, that was funny, man. Just come out of nowhere. Right, St. Pat's. We're also out of the Bundesliga. True, yes. We're also, in case you were wondering, also out of Uruguay, which is in Mexico. We paid £325,000. It was his release clause. Was it 350? 325, which was his release. Which, I think, if there was room to negotiate, which obviously there isn't, we could have got it a bit cheaper, but I still think that it's okay business for a player that's good. Wow. That's Bohemian. It's dynamic anyway, exactly. Right, we actually do need to win here. I'm still interested in getting Escobar, though. Got the dynamic Copa Libertadores to win. True, true. That's the big one, really. That's what we're all here for. Scotland is dynamic. It's very dynamic. Yeah, we're going to have to change around a little bit, but that's fine. We've got more players now. We're actually allowed to. Wales team got Napoli, Lyon, and Bayer Leverkusen. Oh, my God. That wouldn't look out of place in the Champions League, let alone in the Europa Conference League. It's like when... Who was it I was managing, where every time I got to the Europa League, we'd just get Champions League groups, basically. I think it was maybe Zagreb? That is a lot of games. But look at that. 7 mil in the bank. That's true. We lost the last game, which means we're inevitably going to go lose 7 in a row now. So Nathan Daly, who's out on loan at Shelbourne, started off well. I thought that he needed a bit of football. The one downside, of course, is that we could have used him as a homegrown player for this season, but there we go. Dynamic European matches. So sadly, Xtamer, we got dynamically knocked out of Europe. I love that Lewis Hayes scored in both of them in the 87th minute. Scripted, mate. We won the first leg, thoroughly deserved it. We're probably the better side in the second leg when they lost 3-1 because reasons. So sadly, yeah, out of the Europa League, but probably harshly done by. Oh, was there a look up? Ah, Elmas. I remember looking him up all the time. Now whether oh, there he is. Yeah, maybe I spelled his name wrong. Dynamic Pain in it. He's very chiseled.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Lumosi or Lumos IE. Maybe even... Is that Lumos Ireland? Perhaps. Maybe. Thank you so much for the follow. No, that'd be EI, wouldn't it? Yeah, now that we'd won 9 in a row, expect us to go winless for at least 7 matches before a friendly can be scheduled. He's got the same haircut as me. I mean... Maybe. I don't really have a haircut. I just have my hair shortened. Alright then. We're going to have to rotate for this, unfortunately. Any movement from SI, other than really, like, passive-aggressive responses? I don't think so. Sean Rufford. Yeah, we actually had Rufford on our scouting list for it. Got to spell his name right first. He's really good. But basically, we were thinking about trying to sign him, but we managed to find someone who was probably as good and more versatile for cheaper. Think of it as a dynamic qualification. Exactly. We've dynamically qualified to not play in the next round. It's all about molding your expectations. The Stoic philosophies. What did he change the name of the video to? As if that was the problem. But I suppose, you know, maybe for the best. Joao Pereira is not going to play this game. Because we've got so very many centre-backs that I can put in here. Including... Ironically, one of the match fitter players. Do you know what? I'm willing to give our new Andorran Dream Lord a chance here. Did I actually do the... Oh, that's why. I didn't do the squad selection yet. I'm still going to bring him in instead of Pollock, but just because I want to try him out. See what he does. So, Miles and Coventry. Knights. Oh, yes. Debuts. Lovely stuff. Lennon's in. Okay, the squad is looking better now. Promoted to Europa League viewer. Not giving him... Has he got COVID? Shit. I haven't, no. But obviously, if he is unwell, then, you know, I hope he gets better soon, obviously. That would be... Nobody wants to be unwell. Let's get... I love that Jimmy's still knocking about the bench. Oh, that sucks, man. Somehow, after nearly 2 years, I've still managed to dodge it up to this point. But, I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those things because I barely ever leave the house. Like, I have to drive to somewhere on Sunday to do some stuff for something that you'll see soon. And that was weird for me, going out into the world, you know? Prim Gosling, thank you for the follow. Oh, my lord. Could have, but then I feel like if I had, M would have too, probably. And I mean, maybe she could have as well, but then she works in retail, so I feel like I would probably have known. It stands to reason. Plus, remember, I'm an asthmatic as well, so I mean, obviously that doesn't mean I wouldn't. That doesn't mean I would get symptoms, but there's probably a stronger chance that I would, perhaps. But like, I mean, everyone's completely different, aren't they? That's what makes it so weird. Paul, thank you for the follow.
I open my own hotel.
Stream the network. Yeah. Ass man, my ass is automatic. Right. Let's see. I hope our new man settles in nicely. Starts to learn. He'll probably learn. He'll learn Gaelic instead of English, and then all the players will be like, "Mate, we're barely any of us are Irish anyway." Right, let's crack on. Yeah. The smell has never been the same, really. Yeah, I'd hate that. Like, my sense of smell, actually, to be fair, I probably wouldn't notice that much. My sense of smell is a bit dead anyway. But the thing is, if I lost my sense of smell, I wouldn't be able to smell things like pizza and sausage rolls and cheese. Does cheese smell? Cheese does smell, doesn't it? I'd hate that. Plus, a lot of your taste comes from your sense of smell, doesn't it? So, like, that would suck. Don't be too specific. Yeah, I would not want to lose my sense of taste. I like food, and I would prefer to continue eating it. Food's, yeah. That is my statement on it, chat. I like food, and I would prefer to continue eating it. Hey, Lazarus. Oh, God. Oh, God. 6 months with no taste. Jesus Christ. He's just started really liking Imagine Dragons for the last 6 months. Oh. Healthy things. That's true, actually, yeah. I'm good, Mike. How are you, man? We're out of Europe, sadly. Oh. Only truth in that statement. Oh, God. Hello, Pog. They've had one shot. Now, it's about to begin. You're right, isn't it? Literally. Better side. They've had one shot and it's a goal. It's going to happen. We're going to go on like a 6-game winless run now where we're the better side in every match. And if that actually happens again, I would start to be like, come on now, Sharif is through. Michael Sharif. No! Are you shitting me? Oh, my God. I don't think I've ever seen a player do that before. Normally they just give up. Cosplaying as an admiral. True. True. Because, you know, I'm definitely not just wearing this hoodie. I don't even bother with t-shirts. I'm just like, hoodie will do. Oh, cleared off the line by Boner. What a Boner kill. Right. They'll probably score their second goal. Second shot of the game now. Could we, like, maybe win the ball off them at all? That'd be ace. Okay, right. Breakaway chance. Some new lads in the team today to give them a bit of credit. Oh, he's got the speed. I like this. The dynamism of him. That's going to be really helpful, I think. Cunningham. Go on, Bazza. Here we go. Scoops it through. Carno on the end of it, and it is 1-1. Jacob Carno, he's going to be brilliant this year. Like, his assists and his goals and his speed, and, yeah, exciting times for me. Improve. John's wife in the mud. Okay, that's better. Lovely ball in, actually. Both the wingers combining. That's a good sign. Hopefully we can kick on a little bit from that now and grab our third consecutive win. But once again, we do look like the better side, which is good. Oh, Matt Blanco as well, the second raid of the day. You love to bloody see it. Welcome aboard, friends. How was stream? Relegation incoming. Don't say that. You're probably right, though. Oh, if one of the mods could shout out, Matt, that would be fantastic. Hope the stream went well. Let's still yell at the boys. No, Lewis. No. Also, Mr. Andorra, you're going to have to... To be fair, he's an attractive looking man. He could well be Mr. Andorra. Like, the odds aren't that stacked against him, to be fair. Waiting on a GPU. To be fair, I've been waiting on a GPU for about 3 years now. I should probably do that at some point, but prices do be expensive, Anting. Oh, Knight's Ball. Oh, nearly a debut goal for the Andorran Wunderkind. I'm bigging him up way too much, aren't I? Particularly with me. Oh, they don't let them get a point here with their only shot on target, please. Ben Knight. Yeah, fine. We'll give Tommy a little run out. Won it. Nice one, man. That's awesome. Congrats. Things are going okay. We're out the... Do we try it again? I'm tempted, you know. Switch to plan B. Get the booty on. And despite getting the assist, I might get Caden on for a bit too, actually. Try and give some of these new lads a little run out here. And hope that this brings us some luck. Or even just a goal. I'd settle for a goal. Actually, I'd settle for luck. 4K for a 3080 is absolute robbery. I paid £50 for my 970. Oh, McLaughlin's on it straight away. Sharif, there's runners. McLaughlin's one of them. Come on, do it for us, lads. Lots of debuts today. Ball in. Carno! Oh, pull it back, please. Jacob, I beg you. Lennon. Yes! And it's Adam Miles. Treaty 2, St. Pat's 1. Adam Miles with the goal. Oh, thank goodness for that. We've turned it. This is the second game in a row in the league, by the way, that we've had to come from behind to win. But this kind of... Oh, he actually brings it down. I thought it was a shot that deflected. Well played, though. Nice assist from Lennon. And Miles with the lovely little finish at the near post. And we are back in... I say back in front. We're in front, which is huge. And again, I think it would be deserved. Best player, Andor. You're right, though. He probably will end up being the best player that they will ever have. So, exciting times to see him hopefully do mad things in Ireland with us. Yeah. Carno again. And hopefully, there we go. Also, I just saw Nathan Hosker go down injured for Derry City. That's concerning because he's on loan from us. And he's really good. Okay. Good start. 6.9. Nice. That's fine. For your first game in charge. Rest plays after games. I just let... Honestly, my training schedules are designed by someone way smarter than me. So I just kind of go with them and we have no issues so far. Oh. I swear there was an injury in there. Or does it not show injuries? Okay. I'm worried about Nathan Hosker's injury, though. Usually it tells you if a lone player has been seriously hurt. I think. That's fine. 3 wins out of 3. Big Pog with the gifted sub to Inferno. You love to see it. Thank you, Pog. Hope you're having a good day, love. You must have left quite a... Yes, there is. Exclamation mark training, Keister. Hope that's saying that right. Or is it Keister? Let me know. You're right. It's probably just one of those like where it's a like with Jacob Carno last time, where it was a red injury that he was like stretching off for, and he was out for 2 days with a bruised shin or something. Like, man up, mate. Oh dear. Oh, my back's gone. There we go. Yeah, Pog, were you in at work really early this morning? Because I don't remember seeing you leave. Like, been awake for, essentially. 3 assists for the booty man. Okay, strong start. And, most importantly, we bounced back straight away. We've actually got some good players out on loan here, which is nice. Exciting times. Oh, chat, we're not far away from next gen. Which is also exciting. Sligo Rovers drop points. Good news. And with a red card for Waterford too. Is it 8:45? Ah, okay, fair one. Let's face it, half the players on the next gen just left me a note. Well, you know full well that had she done, I wouldn't have read it anyway. I can't read. Yeah, we'll probably... This guy won't talk to us, sadly, which is annoying, but it happens. You were already looking at... You I tried to sign on a free, but now you've... Yeah. Shopping list for the future. Yeah, it's essentially what it is. Got in a few days. Yeah, true. But it was literally... it was a bruised foot or something, or bruised ankle that he was somehow red injured for in the game. Chili con carnage. Thank you for... 6 months. Big love indeed. I've always liked that name, Chili con Carnage. I just like really clever Twitch names. They're great. There's me with my boring one. Joel Petit. Okay, I'm going to discard you because you keep coming up there. Bailey Jones. He's at Larn, this 20. Mario Nieto. It's worth it. We've got to try it, right? Jonathan Rowe. A couple more Argentinians in here as well. I mean... It's impossible not to, really. I think it's because I started with Argentina when I was doing the little... Wait, what? I can't discard them. Who can't I discard? That's weird. Is it because it's on my shortlist that I'm not able to discard it? Weird. Never seen that option before. I have seen some weird stuff with that, to be fair. Diego Almeida.
Don't tell me this is all for nothing. I can only tell you one thing on nitsjufelu at non bread baby. Il be uttere som evhere I see everything you can be I see about it at you can't see on nitsjufelu at non bread baby. Il be uttere som evhere.
True. True. Can I get a true chat? True. Thank you for the 100 bits, Basil. That's very kind of you, sir. Oh, I'm not seeing him. I'm only seeing lots of Tiagos. That's a shame. What? Who does he play for, Ardwolf? If it's not a top flight side, then that's probably the reason. Let me just give you a points he's back. Oh, shit. Oh, hang on. I've missed loads. 1 second. Harrow Bishop Ultras, Elmas, Ruffin, Almeida. I'll reject that one. And I'll go back to Jackson Irvine because for some reason I missed that one. You're getting capital letters too. That's how much I'm intense about it. There he is. It's St. Pauli, who knocked out... Was it Dortmund? No. Someone... No, it was Dortmund, wasn't it? That they knocked out of the DFB Pokal the other night. In fact, it might have been last night, actually, now I think about it. Big up St. Pauli. Hey, Fred. Jackson Irvine. He sounds like... maybe I'm just thinking he sounds like an F1 driver because of Eddie Irvine. Maybe. I don't know. Just, it's a cool name, right? Top of the... I know, it'd be so cool to see them back in the Bundesliga again with their sausage train. It'd be amazing. It's probably one of my most failure-ridden saves ever was St. Pauli Rising. The only saves that's actually just ended because I got sacked. Mikkel Damsgaard. One of the Jackson 5, true. He's been at Samp the entire time. Actually, I'm surprised that he didn't get like a... But that's awesome, actually, that he stuck around at Samp. £125,000 a week, to be fair. That's a good enough reason to stick around at Samp, I guess. What a player. Yeah, I'd like to go to the Milan tour. It does look fun. It's proper, like, old football stadium vibes, you know? Less and less of that these days. And James Justin, I wonder if he's still at Leicester. Yes, he is. And presumably playing regularly, I'd say. Quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal, Bundesliga. Leipzig, Bochum, Union Berlin, Freiburg. That's awesome. I love that. I find that there always seems to be a lot of upsets in the German Cup. And also, the Copa... I must say, actually, the FA Cup has it quite a lot. The Copa del Rey always seems to have some major upsets as well. And, I mean, the Coupe de France is like the creme de la creme, quite literally, of cup competitions. I love the Coupe de France. I don't think anything comes close to the Coupe de France as being that good of a cup competition. Just, I love it. He's still at Melbourne City. I say still. Hang on, wait a minute. No, that's not a still. That's a he's returned to Melbourne City. Wow. City. Just, wow, okay. Arzani, wasn't he meant to be like the next great hope of Australian football? That's kind of nuts. I mean, he's doing well for them, it would appear, in the A-League, but Christ. You'd have thought that... I mean, it's clearly not worked out super well around Europe with Utrecht and Aarhus and Lommel, but still. Yeah, it's great. But that, when you've got teams outside, like playing for like the Reunion Islands and stuff in the Cup, it's amazing. So good. There we go. Went to Dundalk. Did he really? Maybe there's still hope for him yet, eh? Right, so speaking of, we got top of the table clash. If we'd have got through, chat, we'd have got bloody Roma. God damn, man. The next Tim Cahill. Yeah, I suppose that's... I guess it's more out of hope than expectation, in it. Right, today, which means we can set these guys available. I ain't making that mistake again. I am, emphatically. So, oh, God, AFCON's nuts, isn't it? Had to dash out, oh, God. Harry Suter. So basically, Harv, we got a little bit effed in the sense that we were probably once again the better side on the night, and we lost 3-1. They had... What was their 3 goals? They just... Yeah, we lost 3-1, and it was a very even match, unfortunately. So we're out, sadly. It's unfortunate. But Lewis Hayes did score in the 87th minute of both games. So there's that. Harry Soot, wow, that's a chin he's got cracking there. 6'6", 35k a week at Stoke. Wow, he's been there 11 years now. 6 goals for them in League One. Ouchie, there, for Stoke being in League One. Yeah, Bohemians definitely looking like they're going to be doing the Dundalk run this year. I think there's a chance that we can get to the playoff at least this year. Particularly because we've already made some top side. If we get Escobar, that's really what it is. If we get Escobar, things could change for us, right? Yeah, we have actually. We tried it in the league against St. Pat's and actually won with it after I switched to it in the second half. Not saying it was because of it, because actually it came from a weird situation. But I do think it's a good backup tactic, and I'd like to give it a run of games, maybe against a weaker opposition in the league. Someone like, someone like Bohemia. Joe, thank you for the follow. Get Escobar and Hippos will become native to... Imagine if we could get the Capybaras to be native to Ireland. Treaty Cartel United. Oh, he's so good, though. 17, already in the Colombian under-23 national team squad, and he's called Pablo Escobar. I don't know what there isn't to like here. Yeah, we talked about it briefly earlier, or Husby. That sucks, man. That sucks. So that's Nathan Tormey. I was going to say formerly of Arsenal, very clearly from the Arsenal kit he's wearing. But he's got around a little bit. Rangers to Bromley, then back up to Scotland again to Motherwell. So, yeah, he's found himself, right? Let's have a look at your boy Jude. Even before he's at Real Madrid. Nope, he is not. But he is also absolutely absurd. But is he really worth it if he can't take a long throw? I ask you. Hey, Wube. Oh, good lord, he's good. And still only 23. There's room to grow for Jude. The mentals on the man is actually what's more astonishing in a way for me. And his physicals. Jesus. Meant to Antwerp as a star player. Yeah, I think it's one of those players that he just... Oh yeah, next gen's 31st of March, isn't it? I think. Is he the next Lampard? I mean, I would... personal awards. Let's see. Can we see that? Milestone. Is it milestones? European Golden Boy 2023. Which took a little while to get there. Inducted into England overall best 11. Well then, okay. But that's ridiculous, obviously. European Championship Cup Dream Team. Midfielder of the season. Shortlisted. Named in the FIFA Pro Team of the Year. FIFA Under 21 Best Player. Ballon d'Or 3rd place, by the way. England Seasonal Best 11. World Cup Championship. Best 11. Best 11. Shortlisted for Ben's Best Player. So he hasn't won the Ballon d'Or, but he has come 3rd in the Ballon d'Or at one point so far. So that's not bad, is it? Oh, no, hang on. Wait, is that the right guy? Oh, it is. Free agent as well. It's another child. A child. A truck. That's... Actually, his tackling isn't... I mean, worth a trial, isn't he? Obviously. Actually, wait. I don't think... What am I even doing? Although, actually, no. We'll bring him on a trial anyway, because you never know. One of the other Irish sides might fancy it. So that's worth doing, right? Oh, dear. Yeah, 9 of the Cork City one. 1 foot in the Europa League final. Holy shit, that's impressive. I wish Cork City could do that in this save. More to his game. Yeah, I think... Yeah, Lampard's obviously great, but I think, and particularly with Jude Bellingham being as young as he is, I mean, not that Lampard started old, obviously. He always looked a bit old. Bless him. I'm just excited. It's just excited. Buying Jude Bellingham. Yeah, I'm going to try. See if they'll do a loan for us or something, you know? Right. Rotate back into some of the first teamers. Although Pereira's still out injured, obviously. Booty and Kov will switch over. Kano will stay in. I might give Caden a start here, actually. And... Wow, I love the rotation options. Look, suddenly our squad has actually got rotation again. It's great. You get... But we'll try this since someone else can sign him. Joined St. Pat's and scored a star. That's always the downside to it. Right, so that's good. Oh, it's a 4-4-2 as well, but then Elliot Labeth will almost certainly ruin us. It's just inevitable, isn't it? Okay, see if we can make it 3 out of 3. Brooks Lennon in again. I probably could have brought Max Johnston in, actually, but it is what it is. Buy or resign. Who am I, Jack? Let's see. Okay. Kaiden's debut. I should have maybe... Nah, she's top of the table clash. Next time we get a really lower... Like a game against a team that are like 7th or 8th, we'll try out that secondary tactical idea when it's just one switch. Although I might not be opposed to switching to it in this game, should we need to. But we're usually relatively comfortable against a 4-4-2. Gives us space for our attacking mid to sit and move around. Hey, erectile dysfunction. And that's sort of playing out in the opening few minutes of this one here, really, I think. Feels like the type of game that Ben Knight is going to be sort of unleashed, maybe. Like I can dream, right? I'm getting shots, but it seems... Ah, here we go. Here we go. Now's a chance for us. Kano. Oh! What was that said about Ben Knight? What a goal! Good shout, Mr. Progger. No, we haven't checked that, so remind me after this match, because that's really important. What a hit from Knighty. Oh, my goodness me. Get your sleeping caps on, because Ben Knight's about to come to you in your dreams. What a finish! Why can't you do that against Basel, Ben? Huh? Right, well, that would send us top, and with a game in hand on our direct rival as well, because we're playing them at the moment. Excellent news. What a start to the season. I think we're definitely on the right track at the moment. And now, hopefully, if we can just go on a good run for a bit, up until those European games will resume, it's potentially give us finally a bit of a buffer for once. It might be the first season ever where we don't have absolute drama in the title race for once. Oh, lovely news. Yeah, exactly. Big shout out to fake Ben Knight, who made us buy a real Ben Knight, and he's been excellent since then. Kano. God, look at the composure from Kano. Oh, he just looks so good. Round the side for Kano. Oh, he's at the post. Oh, he's everywhere. This man is all over the shop. He's just so good. We need to get him on a new contract after the 6 months period's passed, because he's got a release clause, and I'm worried that if he has a breakout year, it will get triggered. And we can't really afford to have him triggered because it's only 550, the release clause, and he's worth way more than that. To me, he's got like £5 million potential player at the moment, potentially. McLaughlin's driving all the way across. He's just going to keep going all the way through. All the way through. And with that on the end of it, brilliant. Yes, it is. It's the former Man City guy. Oh, dear. I love that. He does all the hard work, and there's just like, I'm going to blaze it over the bar. I'll show them. Yeah, so... What year was it when it rose? I think wasn't it when we got to 5th that we got the player value jump? Coventry can slip one through. Sharif's in behind. He's got to place this. Or just dink it over the goalkeeper for 2-0. Michael Sharif, and we are running away with the top of the table clash and looking extremely good in the process. I'm exciting. Chat, I'm exciting. But again, that came once more from McLaughlin picking up that ball and driving into the midfield and drawing players out the way. Really good first half from us. This is better. I mean, these guys are supposed to be the second best side at the moment. I mean, based on their league performances, I suppose. And as things stand... Oh, surely not. Booty's ball. Okay, Caden. We have to talk about that. Please score this. Okay, it's fine. You've been let off. Caden McLaughlin makes it 3-0 with a much more easier one. Yeah, it's Connor Coventry. The attendances, they have been going up slowly. But I think it will take a little while, particularly with our small stadium. Oh, God. Quarters of final every year. Never had a player worth more than 50. See, at Tromsø, we had players worth £50 million. But it was more to do with the overall competition rep and coefficient that did it for us. Anyway. Oh, that's better. I still can't believe we missed that first one. Utterly mental. Oh, right. Okay. 3-0 up. Now's probably a time to... Oh, no. Yeah, definitely make that change then. Hazy will come off for Leicester ban. And... You know what? We'll give Patrice a little run out too. Oh, I love being able to do that. It's great. Watch us throw the lead away now. Bo's losing again. Yeah, it's a shame there doesn't appear to be any goals of the season awards in this league, sadly. And Matty Pollock makes it 4-0 now with his second goal of the year. Okay. We are obliterating the second best team in this league at the moment. And Riga Booty is continuing to put in some saucy balls. Look at that. I don't know what the keeper's really trying to do there, though. That's more on him, I'd say. And Ed McGinty, really good signing. He's been fantastic as a backup to Bart. And now that he's basically our starting keeper while Bart is waylaid with his broken everything. Oh, this is champagne. Watch. Ready for some tiki-taka-esque play to lead to the 5th goal, where we just every player gets a touch. That's my prediction. Every single player in our squad is... Oh, damn it. Ruined it. He had one chance. I wanted everybody to get a touch and us to score a goal on the end of it. Tashby left on a free. Basically, 14 players left us on free transfers at the end of last season because we had a lot of players whose contracts were expiring, and it was the perfect time to sort of do a bit of a clean out. What are you doing? In credit to Ed, it did work this time. Like, we've seen Ed do similar things before, admittedly when he wasn't playing for us. Where is he going? But to give him his credit, never punished. Surprisingly. I don't know, Mr. Prog. My hope is that we'll be able to sort of guide them, really. Oh. Dynamic tiki-taka, exactly. Oh. Oh, he's done it. Well played. Took 28 perfect passes. Oh, I love it. The thing is, we do actually have that style of play built in because we do play a passing approach. We have it on pass... No, what's it called? Dribble less, essentially. So our players do heavily rely on their passing ability, which is really useful. I think that's why Sharif does a nice job for us. Oh, not again. Come on, Lesteban. There we go. He's like, Ed, you stay there. I've got this, bud. Can we do another one? Build up from the back. Sharif knocks it down. Oh. Oh, well, at least we're beating Westlife FC. Right, go on, big header. Oh, dear. Elliot Lebeth. Oh, it's gone through his hands. Oh. Haywood, thank you for the 9 months, man. Hope you're well. So, I don't actually know what the economic power thing is like. But, yeah. I don't know, because remember, we're not developing the country, we're developing the league. So, the economic power, I'm not sure how much of an effect that actually has on the league itself. But I'll be interested to find out. Sharif! Oh, it's in! It's actually gone in. Michael Sharif makes it 5-1 to Treaty. Barry Cunningham with the assist, and we've managed to restore our advantage. Ah, this is better. Nice to see Sharifi picking up a couple of goals as well. And this is with our default tactical approach as well. None of this advanced forward nonsense. We're just going for it, apparently. He's actually done all right so far, Carl. We'll have another look after this match, but he'd actually kept a clean sheet when we last looked. Ed's just being a good gent. He didn't want us to have to pay the clean sheet bonuses, and I kind of rate him for that. He's a good lad, is old Eddie. Okay, so that's 100% record in the league, finally. Still only 2 points clear, admittedly, of Dundalk, who are playing really well this year, but Bohemian lose again, so just the 5 in a row for them now. So Owen Beck's going to come on trial. We don't want him, but that's fine. Tell you what, Jacob, has he got injury prone? Yeah. That, I think, might be the one thing that holds him back from being a ridiculously good player. Is that potential to just get knocked out of... Hang on, he scored 2 goals in the last game, and the thing still said it was his first goal of the season. Oh, dearie me. How are we doing data-wise? Like, are we where we should be? Yeah. Pretty much bang on, which is nice. That's good to see. That's good to see as well. Lovely news. Okay. So I think the plan, really, is just to keep bombing on forward and try and get as close to the next round of European stuff as possible, really. Wow, he is not good. And, more importantly, get some next gen. And start scouting some of these mad regens we found. That's what I'm really excited about, honestly. I say I've already done the scouting part, but I want to see if any of them are worth signing, other than, obviously, Pablo Escobar. Oh, coefficients. Before I forget again, where are we up to? So this year, 5.375. That's not bad. It's the exact same year as Romania, though, unfortunately. But we were having quite a good season that we were losing. I say quite good. For the standards at the time, quite a good season to lose. So it was less gains. Next year, though, we're losing a really shit one. So we really can make some big ground up over the next few ones. Now, have we actually gained any places overall? So it looks like we're going to move above Israel and Serbia. That's about it. But we are starting to close in on the likes of Cyprus, Norway, and Romania themselves. So that's good. And I think that will put us 27th. And I don't think that does anything to us, does it? Actually, it does. So, yeah, we'll have 3 in the second qualifying round this time, instead of this year, which we'll have 2 in the second qualifying round and 1 in the other one. So it's still progress. It's slow progress, but it is progress nevertheless. And a big opportunity next year to make bigger gains. Particularly if we were to go and do some mad shit in Europe. Yeah, Wales are not having the best time of it so far, are they? Bless them. Fortnightly staff meeting. Good shit. Right, cool. I wonder how many league games we can win in a row before it finally comes down. Oh, and now we've got another top of the table clash. But it's fine, because we just rotate around. Sharif there. Switch that to Ben Knight there. Booty at left back. No, I think I'd rather play Samadiane than Booty. I know there's the match fitness issue, but like Booty, if he's going to play, he'll play properly. And probably actually, I think I will start him, to be honest. Pereira and Hayes is there. Johnston. Oh, this squad depth is so much nicer, man. Bazza needs to rest. So does Leicester-Ban. This is great. Panini's still recovering from that injury, I think. He's getting there now, actually. Right, that's all right. I don't know if it'll be enough, but hopefully it will be. Have they got anyone I should be worried about in there? Brooklands Lions Foster is a name that always seems to come up. Right, let's go. Oh. What's your view of the dynamic youth ranks? Pretty much, we talked about it a lot of the time, obviously, but essentially I agree with everything he said and echo it because it does feel just like a complete swizz. Swizz, there you go. I'm being diplomatic about it. It's a swizz. Never press. Probably going to leave that off. I quite like to press. Why is Michael Sharif nervous? Michael, what's up, bud? Talk to me. That's less than ideal. I'm not nervous. Or are you? Or are you? I think you might be. I suspect you truly are. New loan rules. New loan rules for what? For who, rather? It's true, they'll use their big COVID laser. Dynamic nervousness, true. Oh. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Ed would have had that. He would. I promise. I still think Bart's a bit better, but Ed's doing a fine job so far. And he's actually better than I was expecting. He's one of the few players that we've signed him and his star rating was immediately better than we were expecting it to be. Miles. Sharif. Adam Miles. That is a hell of a strike to even get that on target from 90 there. I'll give him that. Dynamic nerves are a lie. No, don't say that, Dan. Don't. They'll come in here saying things like, we didn't lie. Oh, it's a goal. That ain't a lie. Booty with the banger. It's 1-0 already. I wonder how many years it's going to be until he's no longer good enough to play for us. He just keeps doing it. Look at that. Oh, he's like Roberto Carlos. Beautiful. 1-0 treaty. Hopefully that'll be 5 out of 5 if we can keep this one going. As Bows go behind again. I don't think they... Maybe they did. I don't know. But I think that would be... Also, I don't think they have the power to make him do anything. What? How did he foul him? He was behind him. And just threw himself past him. Oh. Great. Oh, dear. He really is, Dan. I know. Didn't you have him at Barrow? Because he's just so... I don't even know what it is. Like, obviously there was a time when he had quite high potential and his attributes would improve to a real point where he was genuinely good. But even now, it just seems like he's constantly better than his attributes would suggest. It's amazing. I love him. Like, we're like, what, season 7 in this save now? He's been at the club for 6 years and he's not... I mean, who have I had him with? Who have we had Booty at? We had Booty at Stockport, Notts County, every club for the first half of the Journeyman save. Oh, wow. Oh, come on. And Whitport. Mental. You're from Barrow. There you go. The Chili Barrow. Rabuti. Don't know where that came from. Oh, it's a Scoopy boy. Ah. He does love a free kick. He do. Booty at Bolton. Yeah, I had Booty at Bolton as well. Ironically, the only save I've done recently that I haven't had Booty at was Thromser because he wasn't in the... Surely not. He's done it again! It's Booty's second goal of the match. He's just like, oh, I hear you talking about me. Watch this one, boys. It's Dundalk 1, Booty 2. The lesser spotted double banger from the Booty man. He's not even got very good free kicks. What is his free kicks? Like, it's fine. It's only 13, though. He's not exactly James Ward-Prowse, but fucking hell. Whew. Great couple of goals from Booty. Has Booty ever scored a hat-trick? Ever in one of my saves? Oh, no, he did. Didn't he score a hat-trick for Szeged once on Outcast to Icons in Hungary? I swear he has. Oh, 90 though. Swear it. Find Sharif. Or find Adam Miles, who slots it home for 3-1 treaty. Both cheeks were clapped, particularly. Oh. So, for those of you who aren't aware of this, he signed a new contract at Maidstone United in real life, and we are going to try and sponsor him for next season, once I figure out how to do it. We missed out on the chance this year because I wasn't aware of it until too late, but I'm going to be on the ball this time, and we're going to sponsor Regan Booty, both home and away, for Maidstone United, because we have to. After all these years of joy that he's given to us, how could we not? Also, 3-1 up. Just casually 3-1 up in this match with the midfielders doing all the work. Lovely stuff. Oh, go on. Maybe a pen? That's what you get for having such a wide penalty area. It's Howcroft. Scoops one long. Oh! How on earth? So basically, you contact the club, and they'll have like a thing. Most clubs have it on their website where you can sponsor a player. So the way it works is, I don't know the ins and outs. I've never done it before. I'd have to ask Cutsy, because he's done it obviously many times for Perry and G. Casey, thank you for the 6 months, man. Hope you're well on this fine Thursday. Actually, I'm going to be Seth. This save next year for me is going to be Hungary. That's my plans for FM23 for Building a Nation will be Hungary. Because I've always wanted to do it. It was the one I nearly did with Polonia, but obviously didn't work. But yeah, so essentially I'm not sure exactly what you get for it, other than it earns the club a little bit of cash. I think it's like you get names in the matchday program and stuff like that, really. I don't know. We'll see what we can get. You never know. Maybe we can get him on the stream. What about Scotland? Can do Scotland. Can do Scotland. Got to do it. Hungry for success. Maybe. No. That was what I was thinking of actually calling it originally when I was thinking about doing Vasas. But in the end, people chose Polonia. I love these memes. Oh, God, he's in again. Seged. I really liked managing Seged. But if we did it in Hungary, it'd probably be... Well, it'd have to be a second-tier side. But then again, second R, aren't they? I'd probably pick someone like Vasas. This has been quite an even game, in fairness. A cameo video. I don't know if Regan's on cameo. That'd be amazing, though, wouldn't it? This booty is hungry. But can you, though? Like, seriously, can you? Watch us screw this up now. Okay, Sharif should win this. He has, actually. Oh, slip him in. Oh, Doherty's gone. MTK. Nice. Right, I'm going to make some changes because Howcroft is absolutely... we'll get Patrice in. And actually, Max is going to... Damn it, I didn't put... what's his name on the bench? Mr. America. I'll get Cloud on for a bit to save the other one, just in case we need someone later. Pushcast reward. Okay, so we should be able to win this, hopefully, now, given that they're down to 10 men. But then you know how these things go in FM when a team is down to 10 men. Just see it out. We look like the better of the two sides. I don't really want to push the time wasting against 10 men if we can avoid it, but it might be a silly decision if we don't, but we will see. Because there's not really much happening in this match now, and I kind of like it that way. Just going to make a sub to try and slow this game down even more. Oh, no. Oh. Ooh, we got away with that one. Don't you dare let them score again. I say again, you know what I mean. I want Booty to have crowned us this victory with his 2 wonderful free kicks. Good clearance, but this weirdly continues. Oh, no. Oh, what a block. That was beautiful. I was offside anyway. Hopefully that should be enough to see this out. Cool. We go 5 for 5. That's good news. Pictures won't load for them. So, have you done the thing where you clear the cache and reload the skin? Because that's very important. Pyraxit, thank you so much for the follow. I'll show you what I mean. So, also, top of the league, 4 points clear. Games in hand on the teams below us as well. Excelente. So, yeah, what you need to make sure you do is have... make sure you clear the cache, reload the skin. Also... There's another thing you have to tick, and I've actually forgotten what it was. Howcroft's injured. Really? Booty shines as Treaty United win. Yeah, he does. Go on. Go on, Regan. Go on, Regan. You do it, mate. There we go. We're conceding a bit more than I'd like lately, but there you go. A journeyman. Easy jobs at clubs with 2-star or better reputation right away. There should be. I think there's a... Oh, God. There's definitely one on FM Scout that I've seen. I think it's the same guy whose one I used for some of our Africa stuff last year. Until they use cache and reload. I think that's the one, yeah. Obviously, I already have that unticked from the amount of times we've been doing skin and game-related things in this save. Booty gets the job done. He's a headline writer's dream, isn't he? It's lovely. Nope, that's 4 days. Come on, I'd quite like a scout report soon, friends. But that's the way you have to do it. You can't just plug them in and expect it to work. You have to reload the skins and stuff. Because basically what happens is, when the game loads, it looks in those files and populates all the things with the right IDs. But if you change them mid-game, it has everything cached. So it won't then update unless you tell it to. Restarting the game essentially has the same effect as well, but you don't need to. Right. Just want to see how Farps are getting on. They're actually doing all right. They've actually only lost 1 game so far. Longford smashing it again, but Cork are finally on one. Maybe Cork will finally bust out of that league for once. They've somehow managed to get not promoted at any point during this save, which is kind of mental. Oh, it's only the first knockout round, but go on, Benfica. Go on. Knock Real Madrid out. Come on. Benfica, by the way. Oh! Benfica knocked Real Madrid out of the Champions League with classy neck scoring in extra time. And Marcus Rashford's penalty was the only reason they got there in the first place. Scott Check. Do you know, I've never heard of him. I can't imagine. Is he? I thought he transferred there from Tesco's, from the the sort of grocery aisle. Weird that, isn't it? Oh dear. Bootylicious. Oh, I can't believe the neck's actually done it. Ooh. How are they getting on? Wow, yeah, we'd have got smashed by Roma, but it would have been nice to have had the chance, right? It could be. To be fair, do you guys remember during the Tromsø save that Benfica won the Champions League in the first season of the save? I think it was that save, wasn't it? I think it was Tromsø. Guess you can't. But the main reason you can't catch me on that one is simply because I watched the clip from Ben's. I watched Ben's video on it literally last night. I was scrolling through YouTube recommended and I saw it. But someone tried to get rid of that before as well. But yeah. So I guess a new stadium. Another one. Is this their new stadium? I thought they were already in this stadium. It's still really cool. I like the gradients to the seats. Big fan of that. Won its second season. Yeah, it feels like... Oh, shit. That's not good. Thank God we're out of Europe, I suppose, but... And also thank God we have 8 million centre-backs. That is also good news. Yeah, Bows are kind of going after the... not quite Farps level badness, but they're not far off it, are they? Minus 13 already. 6 defeats in a row. What are you doing? You were 3rd last year. You're in Europe for us soon. You've won the league in this save. Come on, lads. Pull up a bit. Mr. Andorra might be getting a few more games lately, yeah. As we play Drogheda. This might be a time to test out the other tactic. Just for a game. Or is he just... I thought he was on international duty for a second there. Johnson, thank you for the follow. Mega pack with the leagues. Yeah, so I don't... I tend to always check this fan sites before I check the Steam Workshop, because I'd like to believe there's a tiny bit more quality control with the fan sites, whereas Steam is just a free-for-all, which I believe I'm still banned from uploading stuff to. It's been nearly a year. Mental. So, Pereira and Pollock. I'm tempted to give Naves another run out, even though Pollock is very good. And I'm glad that he scored a couple of goals for us already.
It's good you came in summer.
And I might get Mihailovic on the bench too. Plus, a lot of loanies on the bench. Actually, I'll probably should probably at least put Matty Pollock on the bench. It's the least I could do instead of Lesteban. Cool. One Zelly, thank you for the follow. So that's good again. Although Booty not starting. No, it couldn't be. Well, man, no idea. Basically, I tried to upload a tactic or review to Steam one day, and it just said that I was not allowed to upload stuff to the Steam Workshop, and I was like, what? And then they just never seemed to have unbanned me from it. I don't know why. Because I always find it's quite easy to do that, just to have, so people can download tactics or views or whatever that I make. But no, weird. That's why I have to do everything through Mediafire. Otherwise, I'd have put all those views that I made on the Steam Workshop, and I think it would have done really well there. But maybe I'll figure out a way to do it. But because that would probably perform quite well on the Workshop, the player filters and the staff views. I hadn't even really thought about that. Yeah, Teemo's stuff was the best. I don't think there's anything that's even really come close to Teemo's stuff, but he's stopped making it now, hasn't he? Don't work properly. Ah, okay. In that case, probably best I stay away from it then. How are Harps doing? They're currently sitting 3rd in the league in the 2nd tier. So they're doing okay, I suppose. Is Barry Cunningham wearing gloves? Barry, come on. You're better than this. In fact, they all look like they are, kind of. Oh, Barry with the ball through from Michael Sharif. He's straight in. Oh, what a touch. Oh, Michael Sharif. 1-0 after 10 minutes. That's him as an advanced forward. I think there's definitely going to be times and places in games where that's useful, particularly against teams that we want a bit more, that we'd expect to be beating. I think maybe allowing him a bit more free reign to make those kinds of runs is probably... Look at this, the way he takes it to one side, then the other. All the way around the keeper as well. Yeah, I think the other one has its place, though. But in games like this, it will definitely do the trick, because it will just mean he'll be running in behind teams more and stretching them. Might also free up a bit of space for our attacking mid, because I was thinking that our deep line forward and advanced playmaker might have been sort of almost getting in each other's way at times, particularly with one of them being more aggressive. Oh, he could go for it here. Oh, and he has. Tawanda Maswanhise with an absolutely brilliant goal. It's 2-0 to Treaty. I do like advanced forwards, but we thought we'd try something different this time. Ooh. Journeyman on... I don't know. Well, I don't know where I would do it, honestly, because obviously on stream, I suspect this save will actually last us the whole of the year. That's my prediction, and I'm fine with that, honestly. And as for YouTube, I don't know what after Nomads, honestly. I'm just... like I said before, and I've said it quite a few times, I don't think I can compete on Let's Play content for YouTube anymore. Oh, what a chance! Oh, the young Andorran nearly had his debut goal. Oh, Adam, brilliant decision. That's actually not a bad piece of play there. When do you feel... once we've had like a couple of seasons, probably once we've had a season of like dominance, where we've won the league by like 20 points, then I'll probably consider it. That's probably... Oh, hang on. Was I thinking of Klaassen? You're right. I think I was thinking of Klaassen. Although Timo's stuff... There was someone else's one. Sangue Bleu, I think it was his name. Those are the ones that I used to find lots of trouble with, because there was just never any correct rules or anything. The problem with Passport is that it's special, but no one's been able to find it, and that's the difficulty, unfortunately. I'm glad people are enjoying it, though, because I'm enjoying making it. I just wanted to do something a little bit different, and I think that it certainly achieved that goal, at least, you know? Never heard of what? The Sangue Bleu league skip. So basically, once I reached a certain point with Tromsø, so this is the beauty actually of summer leagues. Oh, Michael Sharif again. Lovely finish, by the way. Once I reached a certain point in the Tromsø save, you get a point where we were knocked out of Europe, usually in the knockouts, coming around about February, March kind of time, around about where we are right now. What I would do then, I would, between the streams at that point, I would then play the league games off camera up until the point of back into Europe again, essentially. That way, you don't end up with a stream that's just us playing random league games where we're 17 years into the save and smashing every team left and right. That's essentially why I would do that. Because it allows us... Because as much as I pretend that, you know, I'm all janky in that... Lovely goal, by the way. It's 4-0. I like to plan each stream to have a theme or a topic. So today's one was Europa knockouts. Obviously, we got knocked out early, but that's fine, because at least we still had that. Last one was transfer window. One before that was the Europa League groups. And... I try to structure things like that because I think it makes it better for the viewer and it makes it better for the VODs later on as well. That's essentially my thinking behind it. I've always done that, and I think it makes it a better viewing point. Also, what is going on here? It's very niche, yes. I think, honestly, if people were able to see it, they'd like it, but it's just, it's hard to rank a Let's Play series and do well on the algorithms, basically. They really do spread by word of mouth mostly, unless you're one of the very top creators. And even then, they still have to make good content, otherwise it doesn't matter. You know, and that's why they're there. Oh, relegation battle in it. But yeah, I don't think we're at that point yet. Although it's nice to see that we're actually playing so well. Although Ben Knight isn't, sadly. So we'll get Patrice on. Sharif's done brilliantly again today. Maybe we'll give it a run of a few matches now with this tactical setup. I mean, obviously, we'd expect to beat Drogheda, but they're not as bad as they used to be. These guys are capable of staying in the top flight now, whereas before they were a bit of a bouncy team. A bouncy bouncy team. It's like a yo-yo club, but way cuter. They're a bouncy team, chat. Booty's ball. And it's a penalty to us as well, which means one of these two is going to get a chance to complete their hat-trick. I think it will favour Sharif on this one. No, it's not. Oh, okay. Apparently not. It's 5-0 Treaty, and Maswan Hisei scores his hat-trick for us. Well, I mean, obviously I'm planning to leave KV at the end of the season, depending on it, regardless of what happens, even if I somehow manage to get the B team promoted. Although, if we actually did get promoted, then I'd be having to think about it. Yeah, it's... I think part of the problem as well, Stolen Soul, is that because my channel is very old and I had the 2-year break, it's a 29 whatever thousand subscriber channel, but it operates more like a sort of 7 or 8,000 subscriber channel. And YouTube, therefore, takes the whole thing into account. This is why, for example, if I was to upload a video to my second channel, it would probably perform better because it's a smaller audience base and the click-through rate would be higher, and YouTube really values that. I need to make some more content for that, honestly. Just test that out. It's part of the reason why I actually made that channel. The small team. Well, yeah, but that's the reason I started doing the Building a Nation saves, is to give myself some motivation to do cool stuff beyond just winning the Champions League. That was kind of the idea. Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking I need to start putting some stuff on TikTok. I won't be actually... I'll get M to run the account, but there's some stuff that we've had, like even with the thing with McGinty, that would probably make a good video for TikTok. I'd have to reformat it, but I can do that. I do need to start getting into that at least. It's just, I'm always struggling to come up with ideas for content because I don't want to make... I would quite like to do some experiments, but not this sort of standard FM experiments, like really dumb ones that are just completely out there, essentially. Ones that are almost like meme level. I'd like to try and find some stuff like that. But we'll see. It's obviously quite important that I do that. Yeah, 2-year breaks are terrible for channels, of course. Relegation save. As in, yeah, that was a nice little thing. But how would a team of Rican Booties do in the Prem? Second channel. It's straight red card. So no, it's not third yellow card, sadly. I could have just called it GrahamPole.com. All have afros. An FM event through TikTok. I'm just sat there going, hey, look, it's an advance forward, boys. Oh, how would FM respond if Roy Hodgson was a woman? He's not a woman. He's dynamic. Thank you. Oh. Did you ever do a video on Oliver? No, and this is the thing. I am working in the background on this Australia video, which is going to take a lot of work. I'll basically tell you what it is for now. It's not going to matter because even if I tell you what's going on, it's not like it's a spoiler because the video itself will be... You'll see what I mean. Basically, I have a version of the save where Australia have won a World Cup in 2042, but they've done it with a squad of players that are not good. Their best player plays for Roma, and he's decent. The rest of them do not play for top clubs, and they've managed to win the World Cup. And I want to make a mini documentary about it, but done in the style of like those football documentaries with like talking heads and all sorts of stuff where I'll get like other creators to play like football journalists and have it like a proper epic production, basically. I want to try and make that. I'm working on it in the background. It takes a lot of work. Yeah. Midland from the dorm room at uni. God, Midland was such a long time ago. What am I doing? I bought some new running socks, and it came with this. A random bracelet. And no, it's not edible, sadly. Oh, dear. Honestly, at that sort of time, I would have never have thought that I would be able to do this full time. Particularly then. And honestly, if you'd have asked me at the time, I would have never wanted to.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yes, very soon.
Simulate the same match 1,000 times.
Now.
That's actually a good idea, honestly. That is very interesting. Because I've always been interested in things like how different personalities affect players in... like, how much of an effect does big matches actually have on a player in a big match? Stuff like that. So where you could have it so that you could actually sim a Champions League final, for example, 1,000 times, like you say, but use the editor in some way to change the personality of certain players, maybe a player that would have a big effect on the match within that, and see what actual effect it has in real time. You know what I mean? That's the sort of stuff I find really fascinating. He's very cheap, actually, this guy, but unfortunately the 25-ness. Yeah, I mean, the editor's cheap enough. I think it's like, what, £5? Never played well in them. Yeah, we have got... I think it's... Just suck up and buy it. It's a £5. It's like... Meeps dealer. Thank you so much for the follow. Can I get a meep? Or how much is a meep? I mean, how much do I have to pay for it? It's important here, since you are now our dealer. Ian Woods... he's 20... He's 20. He's 19 now, which is annoying. He would have been such a good signing for us. So annoying that he chose to go to St. Pat's instead, considering he's worth £1.4 million. That's Mate Orban. Rory Mitchell. Nicholas Pedersen's still looking interesting. Sabwa, no, we'll just discard you now. You're 21. Oh, that's the Liberian
this isn't
guy.
where I park my car.
Ice 029. Thank you for the follow. Choking these games. Well, this is what I mean. I would like to see that. Like, obviously, we all have experiences of this, but I would like to see beyond just anecdotal evidence and see if it's not just a. I would like to see it played out in data, because you know your boy loves a bit of data. Bilal Imbraz. Ooh, Uruguayan. Nicolas Gomez. 80. This is here what I'm talking about. Yes, please. Andrew Devaney. Oh my god. Let me click it, damn it. You could be good for another Irish side. Callum Morrison. I'm going to just bin these ones here while we got a chance. Although, look at these boys. Oh, now we're talking. Obviously, most of them will be out of our price range. Although, Mr. Venezuela here, maybe. No other variables, but, I mean, what I mean is that... Oh, hang on. Did you miss what we were just talking about? Because if you did, then this one probably won't make a lot of sense. If you have 1,000 sims, then you do at least have data. Like, you can look at certain factors in there. That obviously, there are other factors, but by doing it so much, you can at least begin, for me, to start to see correlations. Now, obviously, correlation is not causation, but it's still interesting. So he's going to come in. Belhar.
So I tell the swamp
Bromas! Thank you for the follow.
Before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's entrance and have a lick me yarbles.
Yeah, basically, yeah, we were talking about how if you did it, we were talking about how you could sim a match 1,000 times, essentially. That's where the data would come from. But yeah, that might have been just before. Oh, Drawheader have a lot of games. Regression controlling for the It's true, yeah. And I'm not super clued up on data analysis, but I do like that kind of stuff. It feels to me like Drawheader have an awful lot of matches postponed. They always seem to have a waterlogged pitch there. What's it called? The head in the game stadium or something. Yeah. Maybe they should put their head in the game and actually, like, I don't know, sort your pitch out. It's that lesser-known Prodigy song, Sort Your Pitch Out. Slap your pitch up, sort your pitch out. Right. What's happening here? Pollock in. Anecdotal is great, but I always like hard data, you know? They must be buying dodgy COVID tests. Oh, Ed's rating, man. Right, well, we're going to progress into this game and test out the same tactical approach again. Although what I might do... also, firstly, he needs to get inside forward trained so that he's at least comfortable there. And since we're going to be testing this for a little while, we're outside of Europe, I'm also going to turn him off of that and get him back on advanced forward, just so he gets his tactical familiarity up quicker, because that's the biggest issue. And Brooks Lennon, it feels like he's mostly going to cover left back for us, even though he's a right-sided player. So I want to make sure that, again, he gets... it's attacking, isn't it? Gets his knowledge up. Hard data. Smack your picture. That's like the PG-13 version. Can you just upload a 365-day video of that stream where you... God. It was actually 6 hours. He's a good goalkeeper, but unfortunately he has a habit of, well, making some errors, shall we say, if you've ever seen that tweet. Oh... I need another command for that like we have with the spine one, don't we? Right. Okay. See if we can get some more data. CeeLo Green did forget you as the radio. Exactly, it's the radio edit version. We're all good boys here. Favourites. Yes, lovely. If Sharif again performs extremely well, I will be happy. Oh god, Binner, man. 6 hours that stream was. All because of a weird bug. What a strange-ass bug that was, that we were unable to be offered contracts to join clubs as a manager because this random club in whatever division it was kept appointing a player manager every single day, and it was blocking us, for some reason, from being able to be appointed at any club. It was so strange. Yippee-ki-yay, melon farmer. That's good. Oh, Sligo losing 2, which is excelente. Come on. Ben Knight, let's see if we can make it 7 out of 7. Maybe with a couple of bangers from the booty man himself. He's got 3 people on him here, but he doesn't care. He's finding spaces. Ben Miles. Oh, good effort. Yeah, you're right, it was Togo, wasn't it? It was Wagbay, and it was Binner, was the club. Especially with the videos. I would be completely... Is that Festus Arthur? It's blatantly Festus Arthur, isn't it? Yes, it is. Oh, dear. Sherwood taking our cast-offs. He's a good defender, in fairness. Not good enough for us. Oh, God, it's a Medico. Oh, wide of the post. Yeah, I talk fast enough as it is. You don't want me speeding up anything more. Rooney is doing legit crazy things with Derby. Imagine if he kept them up. Yeah, but the celebrations, Harv, when we actually got that job. Was that the one where we took the Generation Foot job? If I recall, that was the club that we ended up joining. Why is Sharif nervous again? Is he like... Are you alright, Michael? It was a very weird save, yeah. But it was like a sort of lightning in a bottle. One of those things, it will never happen again. Neves has actually played really well today, though. Our young Andorran centre-back, so that's good news. Cunningham's ball. Sharif bursting it behind. Go on, Michael. Place that shot, boy. Oh, my lord. He's placed it wide. He did place it. He just didn't place it anywhere useful. Oh, yeah, of course. Shite Raw takes charge at Waterworks was brilliant. Kano looked like he won the ball there, actually. Which means he's going to get sent off now, of course. Cannot get away with that type of tackle. I mean, it looked to me like he just slid in and took the ball. But all right, cool. Cheers, FM. Fuck you. Oh, dear. We're going to celebrate that ridiculous red card by a bit of Harold Bishop Ultras. Oh. Just limber myself up here. Celebrate a nice red card while it's 1-1. Oh, right. And 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 and 1 and we go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
It's true, chat. Very, very true. But unfortunately, we've now had to substitute a player for an injury as well. So this game is not looking good for us, to be fair. Although, maybe Booty's ball in over the bar from Narvaez. I believe it's like a can of something that she's singing into, if I remember correctly. Which I don't, evidently. Okay, ooh, hang on. Maybe McLaughlin. It's a dish sponge. Love it. Love that neighbour's knowledge. Oh. Okay, that was looking positive for us, but... Oh, he's got it back again. Go on, Caden. I'm impressed with Caden so far. Frey's got it. Oh, where's the run for Sharif? It's there. There's the ball. There's a ball. Oh, that's going to be the highlight, isn't it? Because it went too close to the goal line, so the game's like, oh, we better highlight this. Miles. Oh! He's offside. He's offside. Oh, what? Didn't even look offside to me. That looked level. Damn it. What a goal to have disallowed, man. I honestly thought he was level. What a weird shot that was from McLaughlin there, and it deserved the goal. That's so annoying, man. What a way to win that would have been. Watch us now balls it up completely. McLaughlin again, though. Knocks it down for... No. McLaughlin does certainly give me good vibes, though, when he plays. He's got this real intensity about him. Well done to the young Andorran centre-back, though. He's played a blinder today. Oh, McLaughlin's through again. What do you reckon? Another banger? Oh, round the side for Frey. Round the side for Remy. Blocked. Oh. What's he in it? I always find it strange when people say watch it in 2D because I'm just like, okay, cool. Maybe we should encourage them to make it look good in both because that's kind of the point. Oh. Elliot Lebeth with the hat-trick there against Dundalk, and it looks like we're going to fail to win this match, but we did play pretty well with 10 men, I would say. But, yeah, disappointment there. Our first drop points of the season, sadly. Still, I think that leaves us in a comfortable position at the top of the league. Yeah, I mean, we're 5 points clear at the top. Games in hand, although Dundalk could still... No, they can't, actually. They'll still be 6 points behind us. We're still looking good, but that... Okay, it's a minor injury. Carlo's ban is annoying as hell, though. And a good performance from the youngster, which is nice. Liverpool through, and City are through. From 4-1 down in the first leg. With a Werber own goal. God, these fixtures just will not stop, will they? At least we get through loads of games, I suppose. But, oh, is there a gap there? I think we might finally have a gap after the Derry City match. Yeah. 2 international call-ups. That might be our first ever proper senior internationals, other than the Luxembourg guy, I suppose. Or was it Liechtenstein? Barry in the under-21 squad as well. That's really good news. Well, sort of. Barry Cunningham in the Ireland under-21 squad is... What's his... Has he got... Yeah, but even so, 2.7k. That's fine if he actually gets his cap. Let me make sure I haven't forgotten to do any other call-ups. So we've got Damsgaard, we've done James Justin, Arzani, Suter, Tormy, PSG, Beck. We did the Ochers, and now we'll do Haaland. I think he's a PSG in this save, isn't he? There he is. Building nation save still making sense. Why wouldn't they? Is what I say to that. Like, I'm not interested in making Ireland the best national team, so yeah. But for those of you that were really hoping it was going to have that effect, yes, it will make a huge difference. But for this type of save, no. Because these types of saves were predicated on a system that already existed, so it doesn't change anything about mine. It does still disappoint me, though, because we were promised something that would work. This to be a bottle of mustard. Is it? You're right. You're right. Although, yeah, I guess that's like a grip to squirt said mustard, I suppose. This forensics investigation is definitely necessary, I'd say, to really work out what's going on there. Truly. So yeah, Haaland at PSG. He has got good returns. Squeezy mustard, yes, it would certainly appear that way. God, look at that season there. 27 and 28, man. Mental. 22 there. Caps the top, true. I love it. Mustard investigators. The rest, the whole lot of us, we're just a bunch of mustard investigators. Which sounds like a pejorative. João Rego. I'm guess. Oh no, that's not the same guy, Matt. Is it Benfica B? What if, oh, he's not got any senior games yet. It's kind of nuts that he's only just started playing for Benfica B, and that they just sort of kept him knocking about there doing nothing for 6 years. Meanwhile, Benfica are smashing it in Europe. An alternate angle, you say? Let's investigate this further. Yes, no, you're right. Conclusive evidence that it is in fact a mustard bottle. That could not be more clear. Or, plot twist, it's actually like an off-brand hair care product. They've had to take the label off though, because, you know, stuff. So there we go. Mystery solved, chat. The mystery of the VAR decision. Mustard. Now we know. Joao. Not Joao, Matt. Nope, that. I'm still struggling to spell words. No, we got there in the end. Still at Atleti. I mean, to be fair, actually. Oh my days. Man has picked it up a little bit. Good God. 19 in 32. 22 in 31 with 10 assists to his name as well. Hey. Once we group together, we can achieve anything, chat. Proof is in the pudding, or in this case, in the mustard. You didn't get the job into it with Leicester? No. How's that even possible? Even I got a job into it with Leicester with no badges. Alex Gardner with the 15 months. Ooh.
How's it going, Matt? Don't catch a stream often, but always love to check in when I have time to play FM alongside you. What is this save?
What is this save? Well, if you saw anything of Tromsø last year, essentially it's that, but in Ireland, and we're managing Treaty United. Trying to do the thing where we make, well, in this case, Ireland, the best league in Europe. 7 years in, we are 29th. So it's going slowly, but we're getting there. We've been in the knockouts of the Europa League and the Europa Conference League, so that's something, right? We're just building it up slowly. 45 job interviews. That's a lot of job interviews. What about Leicester? Did they already have, like... That's strange, though, because that was my first job without Castle Icons, and I gave them no... Oh, no. Oh, it's still Julian Stefan. He'll be fine. Out of form. I love him. He's so good. He just never takes offense. Oh, no. Oh! Booty's got a tight thigh. Yeah, he does. Ah, dear. How long till Bart? Still another 2 months till Bart Verbruggen's back. And even Lewis Hayes is going to be out for a fair while. Such bottle talks in Space Lost. We've got plenty of... We rarely actually bottle things. We usually just come extremely close to it, to the point where I'm already so angry that I feel like we have bottled it. We've done that twice now, on different saves. Last season, winning the league on goal difference, despite not winning any of our... Oh, speaking of art. Right. Oh. Oh, is it general rehab? I think it has to be, right? No way. He's not, is he? When you been? Play for Derry? Where did you see that? Is it in the opposition selection one? No, wait. General rehab? Okay. Season 11 for the first time since... Wow. Lucha Pack... Game changer. Yeah, it is. It really is. I find it... It's hard to say because I tend not to manage in leagues like that for very long at all. But I did notice that with Tromso, it took us a while, but the value of the players really did shoot up after a while. Fray through the middle. Actually, if we're going to play him anyway, it probably should be there for this one anyway. What was the second choice on the poll? Hines, McLaughlin. Yeah, this is definitely going to be... Although I will switch them over. Panini and Coventry. So it's Esteban and Pollock in. But we get a nice rest after this. Which means I'm going to put Roy Galvin on the bench. I think he deserves a spot there, no? Oh, hair care product. Yeah, for sure. That's definitely not that. Right. I actually need to have a pee break. Imagine the scenes. Back in a second, friendo. Some of you probably going to regret just spending your channel points on that. Just going to have a little sipple on my drinkle here. Never underestimate how fast this man can piss. I'm just saying. Do it at your own peril. Ah, lovely. How many of you just lost shitloads is my question, chatto. I love those people still... People are betting stuff now that I'm back because the poll hasn't ended so they can just get free money. Someone out there is an absolute 500 IQ individual. That's superb. Who was that? Make yourself known. That was brilliant. Someone's just like, well, yeah, I'll take the free cash. Oh, God. So, actually, for some reason, this just reminded me. Last night, I was playing Rocket... Imagine that, me playing Rocket League last night. I know, incredible. And we were playing against this team. Bear in mind, this is like Diamond 3. And with 3s. We were playing against a team, and they had a Season 4 Grand Champ in their team, which is just what you want in Diamond. But basically, he got all Mardy, with Viking. So Viking was like, all right, 1v1 me. So he actually accepted it. Joined our party, and then Viking loaded them into a hoops match with modifiers that meant that the ball was so big that it wouldn't go into the goal. He ended up staying for like 17 minutes. It was bizarre. But at least he wasted a bit of his time, I suppose. So there's that. Nice one, Descartes. You have truly benefited, sir. Oh, false 19. Smashing it, mate. Where do I see that information? I've never even seen that before. I didn't know you could access that. Oh, dearie me. Same thing happened later in the same night as well, actually. Except this time they left when we loaded them into the game. The cheek of people. Imagine that. Imagine betting against me and my bladder. Pog would never. It was a dynamic vote. True. They have a set back called McJanet, which I'm a huge fan of. Unless it's Evil Janet, in which case maybe not. Okay. This is quite a heavily rotated side, so if we're going to lose a game, this would probably be it, I expect. I actually totally forgot about channel point polls. We used to do them quite regularly, actually. Vaughn was the channel point poll master. He's just always on it. Oh, dear. Oh, here we go. Cloud, yes. McLaughlin. Oh, it's a tight angle, but it doesn't matter because Caden McLaughlin does get his... I swear he's already scored. Oh, for come on! Is this man just born offside? Every goal he scored is disallowed. That's onside! What? Wait for it. Check today. It probably is offside on here. Fuck me, man. Oh. It probably is, but it's just, why can't they make them match? Isn't that kind of the point of a 3D match engine, man? Disappointing. I can't be asked to dick about with it for too long, but... that was weird. I gave the director a chance to choose there. Ah. Oh. Lordy lord, man. Next year's building a nation state. Uh-oh. FIFA should introduce new loan regulations. Don't you dare! Obviously, I'm not going to read the whole thing there. But if they're actually arguing that having players not out on loan is going to somehow benefit players... Well, that's my point, Target Hitter. So they really should be matching. At the very least, they should match, right? Particularly as they made this big deal about the animation engine changing and everything. Maybe that's partly what it is, actually. Deary me. From now on, chat, right? Here's a little agreement. 2D is irrelevant because we don't play in 2D. Ergo, if we get a goal disallowed and it looks onside, then it was onside and we're just aggrieved. How about that? Now we can have some legitimate grievances. Then we can complain. Complaining's always fun. It's a British staple, you know? It's nice to do that occasionally. It keeps the soul fresh. Panini. Oh, what a play. Hoarding players. Well, they'll find a way around it. They always do. What usually happens whenever a rule like this is brought in with allegedly good intentions is that what really happens is clubs that were going to do that will find a way around it, and probably with a worse solution in general, and all the clubs that were actually benefiting from it in a good way will then get fucked by it. That's usually what happens with these systems whenever these major changes are made on a regulatory level, I always find. That certainly seems to be what happens anyway. Round the side for Howcroft. Oh, Tom. Lovely goal from Tommy Howcroft. If a bear is... It's a bear, you say? Interesting. So, just to clarify, are we talking about, for example, I don't know. Oh, what's this? Bears are generally quite silent, but have a repertoire of vocalizations, chat. There's a nice big picture of bears there, if you're interested. For important interspecies social situations and encounters with other species, such as us. This is coming real handy, this book. I tell you what, it's my penalty shootout reading material. 3D match engine is a lie. In it. Did you beat Basel? We did, but then we also didn't. We beat them 1-0 in the first leg. and were good, and we were the better side in the second leg, and somehow lost 3-1, sadly. A channel point reward. I would be happy to do that. In case you are genuinely interested in the book, and not just memeing, it's The Bear Almanac. That's the wrong hand, Matt. By Gary Brown. That is the book that I got it for M for Christmas, and every time I'm in a penalty shootout on a video, I just read segments of the book. So there you go. By the end of FM22, we'll have read the entire book together. Which bear is best? Black Bear. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. Should be Barry Brown. Nice. Oh, dear. Where is Bear Grylls? Drinking his own piss somewhere, I expect. Staying in a hotel overnight. Drinking his own piss, I expect. Yes, that's right. I said it twice. Actually interested in bears. M loves bears. And M and I have affectionately referred to each other as Bear for about the last 11 and a half years. Almost. So, yeah. Oh, Fry's through. What a finish! I tend to think that is not a joke. Oh. Drinking Mountain Dew. Oh, I love it. I don't mind a bit of Mountain Dew. With additional comments on Gary Black and Gary Polar. Not to mention Gary Sun and Gary Spectacled. See? Man knows his bears. Oh, have a good day, Inferno. What a strike that was from Frey. Whew. Been no red wedding for him. Bloody hell. Come on. Let's keep this going. Just an absolute melee in there. Pog, Bear. Yeah, no, I always refer to her as Bear. I just don't really do it on stream. She calls me Bear as well, by the way. It's like we've just always done it. Oh! He's just at it now. Seriously, it came from a silly joke where we were talking about how something was like the Goldilocks zone and things were just right. And I said that she said that she was Baby Bear, and then I just basically went, and I'm the other two bears. Because I was just being self-deprecating, and then it just became a thing after that. Spectacled Bear appeared before me glasses. And that joke has stuck around for 11 years. Oh, dear. But bears are sick, to be fair. Bears are cute, man. Love a good bear. Go on. Oh, it's again. McLaughlin now. God, we really do have the ability to destroy teams now, I feel like. Howcroft. Oh, my goodness. It's a hat-trick in the first half from Cloud Frey. Treaty. This is the rotated squad. Treaty 4, Berry City 0. 2 and meet one in the woods. Yeah. Yeah, no, true. Stands to reason. You don't meet a lot of bears in the woods around Cambridgeshire. Spectacled bears are adorable. True. Bear booty. No right to be as dangerous as they are. I think that might save you, MJ. It's fine. You get into a fight with one, and you're just like, sorry, sir, I'm going to have to stop you there. You have no right to be this dangerous. Also, that was a 10-minute hat-trick from Frey. 10 in-game minutes. Oh. I think, yeah, you're right. This might be the season that we do turn into the Dominator. If we can do this with the rotated squad. Hello, McLaughlin. Frey again! It's 5-0 in the first half, and Cloud Frey has scored 4 times. What a performance from the young Frenchman. Strasbourg have got a hell of a talent on their hands here. 5-0 up by half time. Lovely little header down from Howcroft here. Just into the... Oh, it's McLaughlin. Just everything this man touches turns to gold. That said, we have actually had 10 shots on target in the first half. Oh, Derry City. More like Berry City. Or not, in this case. Not very good. Allegedly Australian. Don't say allegedly, Robin. We know you're Australian. There's no need to lie. We're all friends here. How's your Australian girlfriend, Merva? Ah. Oh, this is where the comeback's on. Oh, go on, Ed. Big save. Let's go. I want more. Our biggest ever league victory, I think, was 5-0. So we could be on for it today. We don't tend to win by enormous numbers very often. Okay, maybe not with passing like that, we won't. Yeah, he's literally, he's Claude Van Damme. Damn right. Man just appeared. Go on. What are you doing? Oh, dear. See, this is why Bart needs to return. Frey doesn't think that May. He's very good. He's a guy on loan from Strasbourg that we just got as a backup because mainly to play right wing, honestly. Just so that we had a secondary option there. But hey, he's done well today. Stressing out about the move in my eye, yeah. Now she thinks she's rich. Hey, Harry. Yeah, 5-5's on now. It was 2-1 up in 89th minute. It was 3-3 in that. Wow. Holy shit. Teams being 2-1 up in extra time and then not winning. Sometimes they even lose. Leicester. Clean sheet bonus is exactly. Ed does that a lot, doesn't he? He'll often give them 1. Probably should make some changes now, though, actually. How have they managed to underperform when the team is playing so well? Fuck it, Eddie, if you insist, buddy. Yeah, I'll get Tyrese. Do you know what? Actually, that's what we're doing. Roy. It's Roy's time. We're 5-1 up in a game. Of course Roy's coming on. 7 goals. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Leicester ban is 6-1. Anchor. Leicester ban with a goal. That's good stuff. Yeah, it's weird.
This is utterly beyond belief. What is going on here?
Good question. Hef, thank you so much.
Chic, bu, chica, chic. I'm body Brian, I'm here to say it. Fruity pebbles in a major way. We all love aber from Regan booty up the HJK.
Superb. Thank you, Hef, for the £5. That's very, very kind of you, sir. It doesn't show up in chat, so I have to listen really carefully in order to know what he's saying. We've been caught out before. Thank you so much, man. That's extremely nice of you. Right, let's hopefully grab a 7th goal then. Really put this to bed. Oh, dear. Time for Roy Galvin on pens. In English, in French translator. It's sort of... It's a French TTS voice. We have a French TTS voice for the subs and apparently for the donos. And the Norwegian TTS lady for the bits. Because there wasn't an Irish one. And I'm disappointed by that. He's missed the goal. Like, sorry, Claude, but you've established that you're better than that. So please make it good. Romano streams on Twitch. Fabrizio, if you fancy a raid... that would be mental. A little bit too mental. Oh, dear. I don't know how I would handle, like, a ridiculous raid if that ever happened. I don't know how that would happen. Or then again, I mean, like, I'm talking, like, 10k. Like, I don't know how people even handle that sort of stuff. So the gap's still 5 points, but game in hand. It's pretty good for us right now. Oh. Ingrid, yeah, it was so weird that she just randomly stopped working. And I never really understood why. I love how Cloud Frey is now that it's after 1 game is on the top scorers list. That makes good reading, doesn't it? Those 3 league titles in 4 years. Couple in there for Dundalk as well. Bo's at least got a point. So they're slowly pulling themselves out of the mud. Our goalkeeper, Gareth McAvoy, has been poached by Doncaster. Screw you, Doncaster. You bastards. Bonus wind. I wonder if he's still at, I think he was in the team when we lost them, wasn't he? With 2 strikers. So originally we were playing a deep line forward. No, we played a target forward and an advanced forward. We then switched it to a pressing forward. I don't really know. And on my Nordic Nomad save, I've been playing deep line forward and poacher for the second half of this season with KV. And that seems to have been okay. I don't know. Striker roles, I always end up back on an advanced forward. As much as I try to move away from it, I just really like it. And it seems to play quite well. So who am I to judge, eh? 23 goals and 23. Damn. 1 goal in the last 30. It's standard, isn't it, really? Claude Frey will not score another goal all season now. Now that he's banged his 4 in 1 match, he will just go on holiday for the rest of the year. But at least Strasbourg can't complain about his performances. So we've got that at least. It just feels like a kind of basic bitch striker role, but it just works so well. Like, if they wanted other people to play better ones, don't make them better. I'd use a deep line forward then, alongside. Oh, Belhaj. No, Roy! Don't go the way of Dara. Don't do it to me. I can't bear to lose you both. A manager should never have to bury a striker. A goalkeeper. I'm sorry. A deep 4-3-3. I mean, I don't see any reason why not. Like, the reason I actually moved back to an advanced forward, part of the reason, or part of the logic, was one, half suggested it, and you know I always listen to half, my pathetic little computer men, but also, I was already thinking about it based on the fact that I felt that our DLF was getting a bit muddied down with our attacking playmaker, and he was coming short, and he was going long, and it was kind of getting a bit funky. So, I think that's part of the other reason. Oh, train guy had a glow. To be fair, hasn't the train guy now become like a a model for like Gucci or something. To when I say fair play to the man, you know? Actually, wait, no, let's give you a bit more than that. Let's have a look at his career stats. So Saitama is the goalkeeper for Longford Town, and I don't know about Roy Kent. We haven't actually checked him. I only have like 5 names in Scotland. Yeah, that's why we can't do Scotland. But should be. Well, that's why we had a box-to-box as well, to try to kind of cover that off. But once we switched the systems around a little bit, that is quite a good deal, actually. It made more sense now, I think, to move over to what we're using. It seems to be what's going for us. I want to just check on Evan Dunn. What should be retired? Oh, he's at Drogheda. God, Evan. So, I mean, he's not playing for them, but he is at Drogheda, technically listed for loan. Callum and Jamie. I hate Uncle Jamie. It's true. Right, we actually finally get a rest. Obviously, I won't allow the players to do that, and Eddie's hurt himself as well. We'll schedule a friend load on that Friday. Where's Shannon? Shannon! Oh, which one are we going for? Shannon's Town or oh, we got Shannon Hibbs. No. We always got to go for oily Shannon, right? Shannon is best when she is oily. Someone's just joined the stream and they're like, what? Hey, Hugh. How's it going? All is very well, actually. We're top of the league and actually for once looking like we deserve to be there. It's nice, isn't it? Zealand Shannon, true. You don't want oily Zealand, though. That's a bridge too far. Cameron Brannigan. For some reason, I can't hear his name and not think of Zap Brannigan from Futurama. Just plays in really short shorts. Is it the Houston Dynamos now? After a long period at Oxford United. I assume that was a loan that then turned into... Oh, no. Just went for 200k. Had a reasonable seasons and then just went on the free transfer to the MLS. Seems like a big loss for Oxford as well. Honestly. Good deal for Houston, though. 8 grand. I mean, he's earning decent money in the States. Fair play to him, I say. Wait. Oh, yeah, that's fine. I'll go take on oily Shannon. We'll be fine. Make sure I catch up on these. Oh, I didn't do a Hulk yoga. My bad. One sec. Let's rectify that immediately. Chat. Also, I had no idea Tyler Morton was also... No! Why would you leave Giga Chad? You can't leave Giga Chad. Slight pit sweater. It's the problem when you wear just a hoodie and not a t-shirt. It's exactly what you want to hear upon entering. I can't even remember what I said now. Probably something horrendous. Usually is. Oh, by the way, chat. When I was doing my little mini scout earlier that we talked about, I found a player whose name is Gift Wrap. No, Gift Wap. I just want him. Gift Wrap. It's perfect. Oh, I hope he's good. Be like Pablo Escobar again. Haven't had an update about that in a while, have we? Not that it matters, because obviously we can't do much with him yet. Should we try and bid on him again? Rob, thank you for the follow. Let me try and go after Pablo again. See if he's oh, the oily Okay, that's a different Pablo Escobar. This is the one we want. See if they'll agree to the same terms. What? 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 He's not got a new contract, so there's no new release clause. What's happened there? I'm gonna just... Wet ass present. Just, get him... I know I should just do the cancel assignment thing, but... Wait. I'll sort by potential. He's bound to be in there somewhere. Maybe. I want to know more about that guy as well, actually, while I'm at it. We're slowly working our way through these, but not very quickly. Where the fuck's he gone? Memeing the first time. Maybe. Actually, I'll just go to... Why am I even doing that? He's on my shortlist. Oh, yeah, that doesn't make any difference because I wasn't trying to look for him. I was trying to move him up with the scouting assignments. Idiot, man. Where the hell is he? Have I missed him? Mostadon. Todorovic. Ndaba. Xavi. Where the fuck's he gone? Good lord. Yeah, scouts are finally getting to do their jobs. I know I could just... change the view and sort by keeper. Except, even the sorting doesn't work properly, as you'll see. Yeah, so that doesn't work. So, the position is... it sort of works, but not amazingly, as you can see, because otherwise he would have shown up there. The sorting mechanism on this screen just doesn't work properly. So it just, yeah, it's very annoying. Wish there was a way you could filter it by players on shortlist. That'd be kind of cool. Let me just sort it by this, maybe. He must be in here somewhere. Where the hell's he gone? In before we find out that I never actually told them to scout him anymore. I'm going to look like such a dick here, aren't I? We weren't scouting him! We put a bid in, but we never actually... we never actually told them to keep scouting him. We just put a bid in him. There he is. Prioritize. Oh, dearie me. That'll do it. Stop revealing weak foot. No. Jesus. Got there in the end. Oh, speaking of, now we finally get a bloody scout report. Most of these guys are unaffordable. Well, not even unaffordable, but just like, they're not homegrown. Unless they're outrageous deals, then there's not much we can do with them. He's fine and all, but it takes up a lot of... We got knocked out by Basel, sadly. Also, hey, Elden Rain. Managed to get that shout out that I talked about. Yeah, no, we got knocked out. It was 3-2 in the end, unfortunately. We won the first leg, but then got a bit buttered in the second leg. And we're a bit unlucky to lose, honestly. I think we were better than 3-1 suggested on the night. Oh, we're already scouting you, so that's fine. Oh, damn. That was one of the guys I'd scouted, but now he's turned 19. Oh, my God. I've still got to scout him. Just because of the price. Right, you... Ramon Vega, you're 23. Why the hell were we looking at you? Oh, hello. Right, here we go. This is more like it. Furhat Balut. Guy for Newell's Old Boys. Quite expensive, though. Marcelo Augusto. Sure, why not? Anyone who doesn't even quite close make the cut. Better love story than Twilight. Oh, better love story than Regan Booty's cheeks. Scouts, yeah, exactly. Scouts would just be like, I don't know, we're watching Narcos. Is that it? Oh. Right. We're getting there. Movement has been made. They can finally go back. Not that it really matters, because they... I want to know why they've suddenly not allowed us to bid on him. Also, how is that possible? By the way, I can't do that. I suppose you sort of can by just rejecting it outright, can't you? But then the players will get upset. Then again, he doesn't want to join us. Was Joe Kerr in there? Ah, rip Joe. We will get Pablo Escobar. I can feel it. It might take a little rep bump, which should be getting... We're still national. We just need that little... Surely a Europa League knockout appearance might be enough to get us that extra little bump. More job offers coming. You'll just be doing job offers the entire time. Next gen will be soon as well. It'll be before the Shamrock game. The new site, who? Well, I'm not going to go through them all because there is quite a lot now. But we had a couple of players that aren't very good. Some loanees from Strasbourg, one of whom's turned out to be extremely good. Pollock on a free. Tawada Maswanhise, who's been fantastic on a free. Brooks Lennon for £11,000, who is great cover on the right side. Ancor Esteban's on loan from Leicester, so I call him Leicesterban. Caden McLaughlin on loan from Real Sociedad, who's turned out to be very good. And this guy here, Luis Alberto Navais, who is an Andorran international centre-back, who we picked up for £300,000 because he's an Andorran international centre-back. Do I need to explain more? The league rep. What about the league rep? 53rd on rep. But it has gone up every year of the save. As you can see, just 11 points in the last year, which means... Hang on. Let me look at the TV money. 350k. He knows where the line is true. Right, so we're going to beat Oily Shannon. Hopefully. Better beat Oily Shannon. Heads will roll otherwise. the league rep in stars. Interesting. That's a... okay, I'd never heard that before. Let me think about that for a second. I wonder if that's true. So, what are we at the moment? 53rd, 2-star rep. So the Belgian league is 2-star rep. So with that in mind... Nope, that's not right. Okay, so that's not right then. Because otherwise these clubs wouldn't have 3-star rep if the Belgian league only has 2-star rep. League rep. So basically, it seems that the league rep is tied to... the TV money is tied to league rep. So the higher our rep has been, the more TV money we've got. Because it's because the league isn't fully licensed, it means you get dynamic, actual dynamic TV money. T-Snake, thank you for the follow. Squad wants to win a cup. True. Yeah, and I think the board also do, concerningly. Have we had any cups yet? We could probably go and throw them a bone and win, like, the EA Sports Cup. At least, because weirdly, when I did the pre-season meeting, Mr. Mike Murphy had decided that all of these were important, but now has changed his mind again, so that's good. Also, I love how the team expects to win a cup. It's like, well, that's kind of on you. Like, maybe you should play enough to win the cup then. Kolislav!
Open my own hotel.
That face when you pronounce coleslaw as Kolislav because you've spent so much time looking at Eastern European regions. Thank you for the follow, Coleslaw. Do you mind if I call you Kolislav now? Because... oh, sweet Christ. Sorry. Okay. And we're back. Back it up. Hopefully you're not offended by me mispronouncing your name so poorly there. Oh, that's incredible. Denis Slav is my favorite Russian player. Oh, Tyler Morton's injured. What a shame. Yes, I'm on it. I've been forgiven by the mighty Kolislav. Oh, God. I always ask for my Kolislav on the side, in fairness. Welcome aboard. I'm not usually a prick. I mean, I'm not intentionally, I suppose is the word I'm looking for here. Oh, God. That one really got me. I've just been looking at so many, like, Eastern European regions. It's just got in my head. Okay. Oh, it's Brayan again. It's £5 million. So, I mean, he's good, isn't he? But, like, come on. These are the kind of... do I dare? No, he won't join us anyway. What am I even talking about? Why the hell do I think a guy from River Plate would want to join us? Like, come on. I can't even get that guy from bloody Deportivo Cali to be interested. What chance have I got with Brayan? Though I am going to shortlist him. Just in case. One day we can come back to him, maybe. Oh, Goose Bars is not as good as I thought he'd be. Capellini? That's him. Chat, that's him. Faris Husic. That, we don't know much about him yet, but that's the Bosnian guy we were talking about. I'm going to shortlist him as well, because he's the guy we were really interested in. 19-year-old now, damn it. Peruvian. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, we were just talking about the new loan restrictions, actually. Richard Walker. And I think a lot of these guys are just going to be, yeah, sad times for these guys. There's a lot of some African players starting to sneak in here as well. Don't know how a guy from... oh, it's the Black Sailors guy. We'll just bin these guys off for now. Next gen in 2 days, though. Exciting times. Yeah. Next gen is great. I mean, literally, Jacob Carno. Where is he? Oh, the hell? Our right-sided player. Here he is. He was a next-gen player for San Felix. We managed to get him on a free, I think. Was it free? Yes, on a free transfer. And he's obviously had a bit of a slow start to his time at the club. But yeah, he's getting there. Really good player. And in a couple of days, we're going to get the next lot. Which is the time when I try to predict where the top one's going to come from. And I've got it dead on once before, and I was bloody close last year. Hopefully it doesn't show up as the first news article so we get spoiled. Okay, 5 of them. Good. Right. Chat. It's that time of the year again where we like to predict the club and nation, of course, of the best player on the next gen list for this year. My prediction. I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to throw a complete curveball out there. I'm going to go Besiktas. Turkish striker or something from Besiktas. It's been Mexico far too often. I want to throw it out there. It's so often been Mexico. I want to try and throw a real one in there. Real Madrid. Oh. Remember your bets as well. Chelsea German. It tends not to be from the very biggest clubs, I find, which is one of the reasons I actually really like the next gen. Oh, a Thai player would be sick. There was a Vietnamese guy in the next gen last year at Lyon. All right, then. So my prediction, which I think is going to be miles off this time around, but I wanted to take a punt on something mad, is Turkey Besiktas. Right. That. It is an Argentinian at Rosario Central. Okay. Rodrigo Meneghetti, who's ridiculous. Scout. Oh. Who was the closest then? Treaty United Roy Gavin. That's the real answer. Oh. He's very good, isn't he? 19, though, annoyingly. In fact... Oh, there is a guy at Chelsea actually hit. So there is a Mexican, in fact, followed up by 2 more Mexicans. Incredible. Oh, yeah, I didn't look at Mexico players because yeah, we can't even ask. Yeah, fuck it. Arjun Boca, that's not bad. Yeah, there's always a couple of Mexicans in there. So we've also got this guy, Jake Laskowski. Hang on, Laskowski, which is maybe Polish second nationality? Nope, born in Luton. Cool. An Argentinian at Rangers. Oh, that's a signing and a half. Particularly as he was actually at Arsenal. Di Sarandi, not Arsenal West London-y. Model citizen. That's a signing and a half. Rangers have got an absolute baller here. Right-sided Argentinian. Model citizen personality. Good lord. He's a player. Zheng Peng here at... He was in it last year too, wasn't he? Good sweet Jesus. There's Arna. There's a lot of 19-year-olds in here. So some of these guys might be from the previous list as well if they're 19, because obviously 19's the cap. So when you see a 17-year-old in here, you know that there's some insane talent. I mean, probably England's centre-back. How much does Rangers pay? I think... Oh, good shout. I'll have a look. Rangers about to become richest club in Scotland. When he gets sold to Dortmund for 80 million. Whoa. Argentinian right mid, a model citizen could be good. Who was he? Was it Victor Hugo? Or was he an Argentinian? Whew. There's also a lovely Bulgarian in here. He's worth a scout. 6'1", great jumping reach. Ludogorets. Cavalcanti. Oh, of course Cavalcanti, yeah. Oh. Sign him a free transfer. Wow. Yeah, so I am going to obviously scout some of them, but some of them are just like, there's no point because we're just wasting our scouts' time. As opposed to the 800 players I've told them to scout, which is definitely no. Shit. If he gets a new contract, that will probably end our chances. Maybe that's the reason that... I still don't think there's a release clause in there. We'll try one more time. Oh, shit. Oh. Nah, you can't do it. You used to be able to. I think if you go ahead and I'm going to do it anyway because he won't say yes. I think they've made it very... Wow. I'd still pay it. Honestly, I'd still pay it. But coming back to the next gens... So these guys are, you know, both at Real Madrid, kind of pointless for us right now. Ooh, we got Lorient. All right, then. Thomas Sarrazin at Lorient. Already a first-team starter for him as well. Obviously, he's on 9k a week, so no chance. Thing is, MJ, he's already turned us down once. Ooh. Mark Nurigord Hebo. Yeah, the reason we've got him fully scouted is because I already looked at him. He is, of course, outrageous and is surely a Danish international for years to come. I'm amazed he's still at FC Copenhagen, actually. Presumably, he wouldn't be under... I love it when they say under any circumstances. They truly just stick the knife in, don't they? There's also this guy, Erjon Hisenai. How has he not got any caps for Kosovo yet? Surely... Wow. Who the hell's keeping him out of the team? Daniele Di Stasi. I think it's... Shouldn't you be playing for East Germany, sir? All right, wrong one. Diallo at Antwerp. Wow. Okay. Amadou Diallo. Oh, he was at PSG, and then they let him go. Oh, he's on loan. No, he's on loan. That must be it. What, you reckon we could loan this guy? Except they won't want the optional future fee because they won't want him to move. Yeah. Oh. Is there a guy at Middlesbrough? Nicholas Harris? A guy at SAS! Gianluca Belfiore. What a name. Lovely stuff. Where's all the really young players that are coming through? These guys are, a lot of them have been around for a few, actually. Copenhagen really do, yeah. Oh, hang on. He might be new. Niels Conan. Is he... Oh, he could be Conan the Barbarian, actually. 6'6", to be fair, so he probably is a little bit, isn't he? Good central def... Oh, my God, he's a centre-back. Yes, please, Nils. I mean, Genk probably... We can't really shop there, but we'll give it a crack. Hello, another one here. A lot of centre-backs in here, too. Martin Picorni. Finishing's a little bit... Actually, his finishing could be all right. 6 foot tall, definitely worth a scout. Why not? A guy who's not... How did he not have a face when he's older than half of the others? Weird. Is that Tom Davison? He's a face in the game. Definitely a face in it. Either that or it's just pure coincidence, but I get the feeling he's a face in the game because I've met Tom from SI, so I assume that's his regen. Joao Pereira? What? Hang on, we already have Joao Pereira. Please remove him. Oh, he's on loan from SAS. Well, I'll be damned. Oh, there's a Turkish player. There you go. That's the one I was thinking of, or something. A guy at Dinamo Zagreb as well. Renato Iskric. That's a cool name. He's £5 a week youth contract. Hello. There's another Rangers guy. There is. Oh, yeah, it's Jim Imrie, or as we like to call him, Jimry. He was in it last year. Rangers have got some serious talent. It's incredible that they still haven't won the league in this save yet, I don't think. Have they? Nope. And not even close again. It's mad. Considering some of the players they're signing. Don't see any Celtic players in here. Ah, another Turk. It's Selim Atalay. Right back. 6k a week, though. A Frenchman at Boavista. Okay. Oh, he's on loan from Lille. That makes sense. There you go. Rod Turner from Man City. I'm good, Gary. How are you, man? Any other really weird ones? 19, though. Sanasar. Superb name. How does that the database? So we've got every player from every top flight league in the world turned on. So that means that... Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. It didn't pop up, Gary. My apologies, sir. How was stream? So... Yes, we've got every player from every top flight league in the world switched on. And that means that when those players retire... There's lots of regens being generated, essentially. Don't see a lot of Ajax players, and I don't know why. Because there's another Scot in here. Mad. Rod Turner is a perfect name for it. Oh, look, chat. It's Pablo Escobar. We discovered him before he was in the next gen. Let it be known. We must make that clear. We knew him before he was famous. Mark Larsson. I mean, he's a ridiculous keeper. He was on the list last year as well. Then there's another Scot in Callum Rogers. There you go, another Callum. I'm surprised his name isn't JB Callum. Finizio. Gabriele Finizio at Benfica. Been played for him too. He's 19 again, 19. Ocampo at Millonarios. And then obviously Pablo Escobar, the guy we found. And then lastly, go on, show me some players that are... Ah, here we go. Bassanez. Am I not scouting you? He's got under 20 caps. Weird. Oh, no, maybe I am, actually. That usually indicates that we are. Yeah, not a Dutchman in sight, either. Got Peñarol. Cesar Avellino. All right. An American. Frank Sarachan. I tell you what, right? He's actually... Oh, he's at Fort Lauderdale, too. He's potentially quick. Frank might be quite good, actually. Nice. Ooh, hang on. Samuel Hodal. Hodal. Lovely. There's another guy at Vålerenga. There you go. Oh, no. I was going to say it's a Dutchman. It's not a Dutchman, though. It's Anders Björklund, who's Swedish. Just happens to be in the Netherlands. Perez, Milosevic. And... Chat, it's a Surinamese wonder kid. It's Johan Graves playing for Heerenveen, but he's Surinamese. That's awesome. Things you like to see. Surinamese wonder kid. Get him. Probably won't come to us. But obviously I can scout him. Oh, that's what you'd like to see, though. And obviously the guy at Vålerenga, he was definitely on this list last year as well. Yeah, 21 caps as well already is mental. It's a boomer name. 100 to 1 to... Wow. That's something. My odds have been slipping weirdly with KV. We started out like 4th and now I'm down to like 9th again. Rare Nations. Exactly. You love to... Why didn't he show up on that other search? We're going to lose out on Escobar, I think. What will really make that difference is that first Champions League group stage appearance for me. That's when we're really going to take off, because then we'll actually have the financial clout to just be like, no. And slap our big money cock down on the table and just sign whoever we want. Booty's won Player of the Month. Go on, lad. Followed by the rest of our teams. Dedicates Irish Player of the Month to Ngombe. How could you not? And Ben Knight, of course, wins Goal of the Month after that absolute screamer. Did I miss next gen? Yes, we just had the next gen. A couple of interesting ones in there, actually, for us. The number 1 was an Argentinian at Rosario Central this year, which is kind of cool. We have found a few scoutable players, and Pablo Escobar was number 40 on the list. But he still isn't interested in joining us. This isn't over, Pablo. I'm about to pick a fight with the greatest drug lord of all time. Harry Knight! Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Suriname. But it's the fact that he's actually chosen to play for Suriname. Oh, yeah, there was also a guy on the next gen list who's got 21 caps for Suriname, which is pretty sick.
Oh, yes, very
the planet's
soon.
crumbling.
They are
Very
building
nice.
it now.
Lovely. Svedal, thank you for the follow. If you have enjoyed the stream today and you're brand new to the content, hey, drop a follow. That'd be lovely. We stream every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Most Saturdays, usually. Yeah. Thanks in advance, I suppose. Afternoon, Viking. How's it going, sir? Still ironing napkins? Wait, was it napkins you were ironing?
So I
YCS, thank you for the follow.
Sack it before I give it a
Gibraltar, really? That's
and
bog.
have a lick me yarbles.
Little rotatoroo. Oh, this team is starting to look... How are we not... Come on. This team is starting to look seriously good at the moment. Are they really preferring Brooks? Wow, is Brooks Lennon just getting better and better now? I'll tell you what, right? In games that we expect to win, he might actually be the man. Because he has much, much better like forward momentum than someone like Johnston, because his dribbling's really good. Don't talk to me about fucking that. I will. Oh, they've got Callum Cisse, ain't they? I love that they've still got Neil Ferrugia. Has he been at the club the entire time in this save? Yes. Yes, he has. Still only 27. Could be there for a while yet. The blah blah sacking blah blah popped up. Oh, it's Eurotrip, and he says, oh, what was it? Hang on. Which one was it? Was it the So I Told the Swamp Donkey I'll give her on the trunk into the tradesman's entrance and have a lip my yarballs? If that's what it was, then it's from Eurotrip. It's from the scene on the bus when they're talking to the British Manchester United fans that they meet in London, because, you know, obviously. Hey, Bengal. So, Broken Spine again. Do you know? No, they haven't. We have made a few signings, though. Some of which you might actually see in our team in a second. And we've identified a goalkeeper called Pablo Escobar, who we're really trying to sign, but he won't join us. And we're sad because of that reason. We like Shrek, doesn't he? A little bit. Yeah. His name is Cecil, in case you're wondering. So, yeah, newbies to the team. So, Manoa Hise is new. Pollock is new. Actually, most of the new boys are actually on the bench here. Most accurate part of YouTube. Yeah, they sort of did it accidentally as well. Wow, you guys are on like a totally different level of swearing over here. I love that film. It's a classic. Sligo Rovers in second place there with a neutral goal difference. Always good. Right, we move. FBI one of the Liverpool Fast. Of course they are. Ah, dear. Bohemians still bottom. Still winless. They're having a weird start to this. Oh, God, we have to come from behind again. Oh, big punch from Eddie. I was hoping Tom would get a touch on that there. Ed, weirdly, he loves a punch. Good tackle, actually. Oh, God. Oh, Ed's just pulling out all the stops. Beerfest. I've actually seen Beerfest. Did we get the Colombian Drug King? No, we still haven't managed to persuade him to join us. And in addition to that, he's now number 40 on the next gen list as well. Actually, Build a Nation, has that been debunked now? No. I mean, we were doing it last year. But if you mean, like, build the national team, then maybe. I don't know. That's not what we're trying to do anyway. But there's certainly some changes that have happened. I say changes. Revelations about that. Finally watched Chef over the weekend. Is this where you tell me you think it's shit and you and I have a falling out, Robin? Ah, dear. Well, that's annoying. We're now losing to Scam Rovers. Not the best start to the game. But we've come from behind before and we can do it again. Which crashes and glitches on the home screen. Right. So, DeGroovy Gamer. I had this exact problem last year. And I eventually had to reinstall FM. Because basically, literally, I know this is not going to sound good to you, but this is what I had to do. So basically, what often happened when you'd it would just randomly show you the home screen, but without any of the menus on it sometimes as well. This happened to me, and it got to the point where I ended up having to reinstall Football Manager, unfortunately. And this was because I was liaising with one of the devs at SI who was trying to help me diagnose the issue. Which, big shout out to firstly Jimmy, but also for Ben for putting me on to Jimmy in the first place. And eventually I just had to succumb to it. And yeah, there is a reason why I think it was doing it, and I can't remember what it was, but it's in my emails. But yeah, that's essentially what I had to do in the end, sadly. It was an absolute nightmare. I have no idea what caused it, still to this day. Actually, I think I do know, but I just can't remember what caused it. Hang on. While this second half's playing now, I'm going to just search through my emails and see if I can find the emails with Jimmy. SI Jimmy. Here we go. Right. I think I gave him an explanation right at the end, potentially. Okay. Graphics drivers, no. My suspicion is that certain files are missing, basically. It's not ideal, but it was what I had to do in the end. Oh. Remember to build a league? No, I refuse. I was calling it that years before anyone else was doing that, as far as I know, so I will keep the name, thank you. Oh! Well, that's useful. Hey, Tom. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Chef is one of my comfort films, too. Chef is a goddamn awesome film. Oversold it? No. I can never oversell. If anything, all I can do is undersell Chef. Chef is supreme cinema of the highest order. That was a weird goal. But really, we're level. What if it the youth? Yeah, it's a shame to hear, though, yeah, hard, right? But, yeah, obviously, with the plan in this save is irrelevant to the national team, so it doesn't affect what I'm doing, but I imagine it affects a lot of what other people are doing. The Netflix show is great too, yeah. Genuinely really good. It goes good, the hub. It would go better if we could win this match, but it goes good right now. How are you? Let's get Miles off and get on Coventry. Actually, Panini. I haven't had Panini play for a while because he had that injury. I might even get Cloud on. Cloud. Yeah, we'll do that too. Nice. Yeah, so you can check the... So basically, Brazio, I did that too, and that didn't fix it. It seemed that something was... I can't remember exactly what happened, but essentially me completely doing a clean reinstall of the game is what fixed it. Because what would happen is that I could sometimes get it to work, but then I would try to change skin, and it would crash again. And it would always crash by booting me to, like, the sort of main screen, but, like, without the interface on it. It was weird. It was also where we got that hilarious picture of Fernando Ovalart where he's got, like, a red face. It'll be in the stream chat somewhere on the Discord, because I posted a picture of it in there, too. It was mental. Oh. I suspect it was partly related to my graphic. There was a graphics card update too, potentially. Moved up in the world. Gobble. Nice. Belarus. Hey, Belarus was fun. I enjoyed managing in Belarus as we drop points again. Ah. Sad times. The less leagues you have. Interesting. 200 years. that's fine. But, like, I don't know. It just feels like you shouldn't have to jump through, like, a packet of hula hoops in order to get it to work how you would expect it to if it's a huge change. I'm going to yell at the players again, because that's now 2 games in a row that we failed to win. Partick Thistle are stealing your players, damn it. They do have that scary mascot, though, don't they? So I can see why you'd probably just be like, take them. Right. Okay, we're managing the gap, but that is disappointing. It is 9 unbeaten, I suppose. We actually haven't lost a game yet this season. I thought that friendly... I suppose we don't... Oh, we did with 6-1 there, to be fair. Hey, U-shaped sofa. Second best defence. That cannot be. We are definitely conceding more goals than we were last year. But it happens. We were just very good defensively last year, I think. Well, this is the thing to Groovy Gamer. Weirdly, it was while I was doing the Z-Gen thing that it actually happened to me. And originally, I thought that might have been something to do with it. But I talked to one of the devs of the Z-Gen thing, IAL, and we couldn't figure out any way that could be true. And I couldn't figure out any way that could be interfering with it in my head either. So it definitely wasn't to do with the Z-Gens. But, yeah. Yeah, Bohemians are struggling massively. They don't know why, but they are. Hosker's unhappy. Weren't you injured, Nathan? Played 7 games. Hang on. Unhappy? Oh, agreed position again. No. You stick it out there, buddy. As long as you're playing, that's what makes me happy. Just need you to get game time, sir. Yeah, but the thing is, I removed the Z-Gens at the time, and it didn't make any difference either, so it was very odd. I swear at one point I did figure out the solution. I'd have to read through my email conversation with Jimmy more, because I swear I put in an explanation as to what I thought it was there somewhere. I just can't remember which thread it was. Because they were unable to recreate the issue. So I uninstalled and reinstalled my graphics drivers, and then it worked, but then the moment I tried to reload a skin, it caused the same crash. Boot to a frozen menu. Let's see, what? Let's not save files, can't make it crash. I don't know. It's very strange, though. Yeah, Aerosmith's still smashing it. Hey, Casey. Ephemerency Dark, yes. Player's height. Let me just click around a player. It should be here. Just under the physical attributes. France won't hire a manager. Ah, they've gone through the Zanzibar problem. I have seen that a few times as well. Yeah, that sort of stuff, it's worth a go, but unfortunately, if it is the same problem I had, it will only be solved with a complete reinstall, unfortunately, because that's what I did in the end to fix it. But I was, like, so stressed that day. Oh, we got a cup draw. Oh, it's Cork City. It's not, I don't know if I'm actually happy with that or not, to be honest. Because now it's more fixtures, but we kind of need to actually play a bit better. Mahovic, out of form. Lovely. I love how easy he is with me just being like, under 19s? No. Definitely not. Russell says Karanka for the upstate. FM's good at doing that. Oh, Fernando. I wonder if... I mean, obviously I don't want him anymore, which is a shame, but it's just the way things are. I'm just curious. Still wouldn't be interested... Oh, like you're ripping up trees at Cerro Porteño, Fernando. Don't turn into a heel. Ooh. Freebie, maybe. Problem is, by the time some of these like scout reports we've put out actually come through, the players are going to have turned 19 anyway. Like this guy, for example. You're good. You are very good and intriguing, but we're already scouting you, so that's fine. We'll do that. David Jan. Todorovic. How's he shaping up? The heading is the biggest issue with him. I'm still intrigued and want to know more, but I feel like that's going to be what lets him down. You're 23 now. Oh, hang on. Wait. Bradley Saunders, definitely scouting more of you. Another guy at Deportivo Cali who probably won't join us. Whoa! It's another Pablo chat. Oh, my God. Look at the state of him. 19 can get homegrown only in very rare circumstances. So if they turn 19 during the registration window at the start of the season, then technically they would count. Maybe. But we don't know if that's only counts if you sign them during that window or not. What skin? This is FM Rentsy Dark. Right, well, he's getting scouted. Imagine actually being able to sign someone like that. This is what I mean. In a few years, we'll be able to get players like that. We're not quite there yet. Oh, there's Jackson Elastic. Another Uruguayan here. Guy from... Not convinced. Chat, it's a player from New Caledonia that has 5-star. I know that he probably won't, but lordy lord. It's a player from New Caledonia, for crying out loud. Hey, Dan. Is it worth just doing it to find out? Can't have for shit. Don't even care, honestly. I kind of just want to sign him to find out. £55,000. Squad player. You think a lot of yourself, Mateo. Oh, is this one of these stupid ones where they don't give you what you wanted and then... Or rather... Didn't I just offer him the very... Is this one of these dumb ones where what appears here is not what they actually want? And then... Even though that's what appears for some reason. I hate those stupid ones. It's like, just tell me what you want, you mug. Like, that happens every now and then where the thing that appears first is not what they actually want. But then why even talk to us in the first... I'm going to scout him more just because I'm purely curious about him now. Oh, shortlist him. Well, we're going to scout him more so he'll come back round. Ah, Faris Husic is not as good as I thought. He's just... Yeah, he's... I might just scout him. I'm still curious about him. Wow, 16-year-old Chilean Metzala. How could he be a Mez if he's an attacking midfielder? All the best Metzalas play at attacking mid. You'd probably find it we just scout him a bit more and we get more information that actually shows that he can play deeper, but I do find that funny. Yeah, we've seen that before where we've offered what a player has exactly wanted and they've still rejected. Ah, now we're starting to get a bit more of this now. Slowly working our way through a few of these players. Just slowly but surely. We might be down to like 800 now. Not yet. Luckily, he's -1. Who are you? And why are you here? There we go. He's found a way to play. They've accepted it? Oh, they didn't accept last time. Floris van der Eelden. Maybe another team will be interested. Okay. Dynamic Desires, true. So, I guess same lineup, right? Since Kov's... How's Ben Miles doing? He's very inconsistent. Has he got consistency issues? Yes. And he's actually showing it. I feel like consistency is more of a thing this year. I'd actually kind of like that to be fair. We've got 14, I think, now. We're getting there. We've got 3 more earlier. Slowly work our way through it. Bart's getting there too. Oh, this... Hang on, how the hell isn't... Oh no, it's Cloud, wasn't it? That's fine, yeah, let's do it. See if we can actually win this one. Always weird when they tell you to never press a player. Like, specifically, never press this guy. I'm just like, that seems a bit odd. Like, has he paid you? Particularly when we play quite a high pressing game, obviously. Okay, then. Watford, surprisingly, doing all right this season. I mean, they managed to stay up last year by the skin of their teeth. After Dundalk's massive comeback. Oh, is this another booty banger? Do you know, it could well be. Is this the year he just goes nuts on them? Oh, it was close to another one. Yeah, I find that lately I've been seeing that a lot more. The main request before each game is like a random player for you to not press as Bohemians fall behind again. This time at home to Sligo Rovers. It might well be 10 without a win for Bose. That's not ideal. Oh. Yeah, but usually the players that they're requesting me not to press are like left backs. Which is the thing I find. What a finish from Michael Sharif. 1-0. Only his 4th goal. Amazingly, he has 4 goals this year. And Cloud has 4 in one half of football. Nice ball, though. Was that... Who was that? Was it just straight up Sharif? It was just straight up Sharif. Lovely little touch to take it past the goalkeeper. And it's a gorgeous little chopped finish. Nice. 1-0. That would send us 5 clear. Again,
it's
of Sligo.
You came in summer.
Yasigui! Thank you very much for the follow.
Very depressing.
We definitely look a lot more confident and comfortable this season, I'd have to say. That doesn't mean that we're not going to screw it up at some point, but it definitely feels better than last year. Oh, God, that's a good chance for Phelan, and we need Ed to be... Oh! What a tackle from Matty Pollock, who's already on a yellow card, by the way, and very easily could have been sent off there. Oh, that was a tight one. Is that Tig? Oh, of course it's Tig Ryan, isn't it? And again, we've got a bit screwed there. Oh. Allowed to have ball with it. Yeah, that's the last thing we want, Dan. Oh, every time I see the team sheet, and I keep mistaking Cavallero for Carvalho, and I always get a little like, oh no, and then I realise it's not him. Oh, it's another goal for Sharif. 2-0. Michael Sharif does it again. I think that Tawanda has been a really good addition to the squad this season. Both him and McLaughlin. They seem to be in that role way better than Matsia was last year. They just seem more consistent. They've got this power to drive forward and do stuff. Terrible goalkeeping from Tig Ryan. I got so used to saying that. Drops on Tuesday. You can't drop Hazard. Useless. What's Hulk Yoga? It's nothing. Never heard of it. It's nothing important. Carno. Oh, maybe a hat-trick for Sharif? Yes. First half hat-trick from Michael Sharif. Anything that Cloud can do, Sharif can do better. Good stuff. Oh, first half hat-trick for him. Nice work from Carno as well. Just dropping that back for another ball in from Lennon. Sharif on the hattie. Lovely. How's it going, Marius? Hey, he scored one of those before, Amansa. Ironically, against our current goalkeeper. And what was that? That's a 21-minute hat-trick. Not as fast as Frey's hat-trick, which was 10 minutes. Sligo are smacking Bose about now. Surprisingly, not a lot of smashing is involved. You'd be amazed. It's actually very chill. This is the kind of performance we needed. It's better. Oh, and now it goes wrong. Oh, good save, Ed. Well played, lad. I really like Brooks Lennon, by the way. He settled in so well at right back. He was supposed to be a backup for Max Johnson, and now he's just taken his role. I think it's that extra dribbling ability he's got. Even though we don't do a lot of dribbling, having 12 dribbling compared to 4 dribbling, it just gets him out of tight situations sometimes. A 6+. I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming it's good. I'm hoping it's good. This is where you're just like, nah, mate, it was shit. I just don't like English. But no, congrats, man. That's awesome. If that is good, which I assume it is. Was that 6-1 against Derry City our biggest ever victory? Or have we won 6-1 against someone before? It feels like we might have done, as Kean Kavanagh with a good finish. And now the comeback is on. We did lose to these guys 4-3 last season, so hopefully this is not a repeat of that. Oh, I just encouraged them while we were 2 goals to the good. That was silly. What's that in Oldham results? Bit of that. Bit of that. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. We'll get McLaughlin on too, because I like him, and his name's Caden. My driving bad? Oh, God. Please no. There we go, Ed. Well done, man. This is where we burst forward and grab a 4th goal, and everything is hunky-dory. Or we concede a comedy own goal. Either they both feel equally likely at this point. I always get a little bit... Oh, what on earth? Oh, for crying out loud. What's going on? That was all down to... Who was that? Whose fault was that? That was Cloud Frey's fault. We were 3-0 up and cruising. What are we doing? Come on. They've had 2 shots on target. Or rather, 1 shot. No, it's 2 shots on target. They've scored both shots on target in this game. Could we not? Can we just maybe not? Frey. Sharif. Good save again. Yeah, literally, accidentally encourage it. Don't you just hate it when you accidentally encourage your team? So in England, I actually don't know. Back when I was at school in England, it was done by like letters. But I know that now it's numbers again, and I have no fucking clue how that works. Hunky dory. It's so dumb. I needed that in my life. Just about got through it. They did manage to score both shots on target, whilst we managed to somehow... Oh, we actually scored exactly as many goals as we should have done as it goes, but lordy lord. That's good. It's another win. Sharif with a hat-trick too, which is very nice. Yeah, grading systems are sort of all over the place. So, we're 5 clear. Game in hand. We're looking really strong. Miles is training well, which is maybe a good sign. Surely that means yes. Okay, good. The development seems to be working nicely for him. Sharif drives us forward. Of course he does. He might be top scorer in the league now with that, actually. Yes, he is. This might be the breakout year for him. By the way, 3 assists for Brooks Lennon in 6 starts. That's surprisingly good. We do, but that's why the problem without with Lewis Hayes being injured. That's the issue. He'll be back soon. We've got a few players that have the potential to be great, but they're not there yet. And a couple that are already there, like Hazy. Hazy and Pereira, when they're fit, are absolute fire. And Pollock isn't bad either, actually. He's actually, I think, got one of the highest average ratings in the league. Yeah, look, Pollock and Hayes. And obviously we've got Mr. Andorra too, who's done okay. Yeah, back when I was at school, it was stuff like... Oh, Brendan Rodgers is upset with me. Thank you, Brendan. Okay. Good guy, Brendan. Chat, we're playing Bohemians next, which means you know what's about to happen. They've not won a match this season. And in fact have lost 9 of their 10 games. We know what's about to happen. That's the plan. Ooh, 2 goals for Boytel. Man's got 7 and 7 out on loan. Is that Reece Greenwich? Yes. 7 and 7 for Gerard Boitel is really good news for one of our loanees. Let's go. Oh, Pablo. God damn it, man. He's so good. I want him. Injury prone, but he's a goalkeeper. He's consistent. Oh. We're going to land him. We will get him. Oh, a Barrow guy. 21. Ah, he's Irish. Yes, sir. Fernando Gaspar. Is it Tom Dela? Is the Barnet Xavi is not as good as we thought. Savinio Speliak. Okay. Maybe. Oh, we're already scouting. That's fine. Got Hamilton. Wow. 19-year-old Scotsman. Dobronoki is a cool name. 19-year-old German. But, yeah, at Hertha. These guys are interesting players, but some of them are a bit much for us right now, particularly with our current situation of having to sign really young players. Lincoln looks ridiculous at Palmeiras, obviously, but money gets in the way. Oh! Martin Berger. Okay. Revisit you. Algerian right winger. Okay. And the rest of these guys are absolute dog shit. However, there's a Martinique guy in there too. We'll take that. Yeah, it was A stars you could get when I was younger. Never I got, not that I got those, obviously. But do I look like a smart man? I'd be if I was a smart man, I would be a rocket surgeon and not a Twitch streamer. But hey, it's about making the best of what you got. Frey again? What the hell? No. Why would I play Sharif off the left when I can play McLaughlin there? Miles and Coventry.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire can track
Booty need a rest?
2 blocks from here.
Or is he suspended or something? Where the hell's Regan Booty gone? I assume he's suspended. Oh, he's there. Maybe give him a rest. Omaha Hounsel, thank you so much for the follow. A rocket surgeon, yeah. That's what smart people do, chat. You probably never heard of it because you're not smart like me. A-star facial. Well, thank you. Bart is getting there. He's close, right? Can't over the rest? Yeah, we'll do. That'll do. I want to see where Lennon can take this. And I thought Max Johnson played well when he was in that role, but it looks like Brooks Lennon might be the accidental signing of the season at this rate. Oh. Hey, Henry. Tyreek Wilson, of course. Another blast from the past. Wonder where Ali Regba is. Isn't he at Crew now? Who did I just upset? Oh, it was Lesteban. So it's Lesteban and Pereira today. Swap on a scalpel. No, it's actually surprisingly easy. You just need to get your scalpel and crack in Nasser it. See, this is why I'm not a member of Mensa. Rocket Surgeon do exactly. Oh, you had to be there. How much bravery did Bart lose? Hopefully none of it, but yeah, I find that long-term injuries can often hamper players like that. They sometimes get some of it back, I find. That's a hit and a half. Just keep the run going. Illegal rocket dissections, exactly. Now you're understanding it. So their bottom have lost 9 out of 10. We're at home, top of the league. This is destined for a 1-0 home defeat, isn't it? As Tom Howcroft from the... This is why we probably should have started Booty, actually. Indeed, Elton John is the famous one, of course. Actually, I must say, it's been a pretty strong first half from us here. Which is good, but also worrying that we've not taken advantage of it. John Okoro, yeah, he pretty much is still the poster child for a player that was really good that got absolutely wrecked by an injury and never really recovered. I think Okoro could have been a star in that save were it not for that injury. He just never was the same player after that. They'll find a way to score like their first shot of the game, and then we'll have an XG of 2.65 and then fail to score and lose 1-0. That's probably what will happen, and it'll be the goal that happens on this play from a long-range banger or something. That will get us started. Would be the prediction. It does feel like they're about to score off this play. That much we can probably be sure of. Good tackle, actually. Oh, the clearances, man. Good defending from the guys, in credit to them. Howcroft's got it, and now Sharif is not going to catch that. Oh. That's the Mastradamus pick for today's lottery tickets. They'll score with their first proper opportunity. We'll have a ton of chances and can't score. Ah, come on. Oh, Adam Miles, he loves a banger. Everybody camped in the Bows half here. Just need to speed that passing up a little bit. Here we go, Sharif. Oh, around the side for Tom Howcroft. Oh, he's offside. Specific matter. The chances are coming, but we're just not quite there, Howcroft. Oh, what a screaming of a pass in. Lennon for Adam Miles. Oh, it wasn't Miles over either. We're doing well, just without scoring, as is the case here. I'll just take a 1-0 just to see this game out. The thing is, because Bows are actually quite good, they probably won't play like a team that are bottom of the league. But I've got to be honest, they kind of are playing like a team that are bottom of the league at the moment. McLaughlin, struggling to do anything, but just defending. Whoa, the power! Good lord! He's hammered that across. Come on his head. Oh, he's been fouled. We actually get the opportunity to change the penalty taker. I'm giving it Sharif. And he needs the confidence. Watch us now miss this. This happened last time I changed penalty taker, didn't it? There we go. Treaty 1, Bows 0. Michael Sharif, 8th goal of the season, all of which have been in the league. Fair play. 8 in 11 is a pretty good start to the season for the Sheriff. He only banged 14 in the league in the whole of last year. Still had a great season, don't get me wrong. Man got like 27... He got 34 goal contributions in 42 starts last year, which is not bad. But I think this is the year that he takes it to the next level and bangs like a 35 goal season in all comps, which is my prediction for him this year. Yeah, we're not out of danger yet, chat. Don't underestimate the opportunity for them to score. Like this right here. English will smash this top bins now. Ooh. Just because we're in front and playing well, we need a second goal. That's the key. Oh, Jesus. Zeffy's a very good player. In fact, it boggles my damn mind that they were able to be bottom of the league with Zeffy in their team. As Dundalk are hammering Scamrock, which is, I guess, good. Though they'd still have that game in hand on us that could pull that gap back. It was only a penalty. He didn't miss a particularly great goal or anything like that. Oh dear. I should have had Booty on the bench at least. That was a mistake on my part. Let's get Ben Knight in there and maybe Frey on. Actually, we'll bring Frey on and switch those two over because Tawanda's really good off the left. Both in Europe. Technically, yes, but they're not actually in Europe now. They will be next season, though. And might well be in the second division while doing it. Another one of those. Oh, it's a good effort from Sharif. Oh, thank you, Dancing with the Horses. Yeah, it's good to use. I think we're not far off. We used it a bit in the transfer window last time, but it's next year, I think. Within the next couple of seasons, it will start to become extremely useful. What was that? I predicted 2.65 XG for us. We're getting dangerously close to that now. 6-0 to Dundalk, by the way. I mean, the early red card for Scamrock has not helped them out at all there. They're catching us on goal difference now, thanks to that. They obviously saw that win against Derry City for us. Cleared away. La Potato! Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, I thought he dropped it then. Well, yeah, I mean, generally speaking, the more scouting knowledge you've got, the better it is, because you'll have more... You want a broader knowledge at the first glance. That's what really makes that filter flourish, is the more you can tell up front. Even if it's only a bit of vagueness, it's still something. Oh, it's a decent effort. So we've gone above and beyond my expectations, but still only lead by a goal to 0. And I won't care if we win the match. As long as we win, I don't care what our XG is. Sharif. He's won another one. Hang on, this it's a second penalty. Sharif will get a chance to score another goal from the spot today. He's not been fantastic through the middle, but at least he won that penalty. Can he dispatch it? Yes, he can. 2-0 Treaty. We've had to score both from the penalty spot, but it's happened. 9th goal of the year. Come on. Didn't even get promoted. Ouchie.
Bring on the Flugelheimheimler!
Right players on the road for this. It's just a case of basically just scout the hell out of Wonder Kids. Bring as many. Even if you go, I don't need that player. Doesn't matter. If you can afford them, get them. Because you'll have a shitload of money. Just get as many cheap Wonder Kids as you can. And just loan the crap out of them, basically. You'll have some players that will never play a senior game for us. We had a guy on the last save that was at Brann who regularly, I think over a course of 5 seasons, banged like over 150 goals for them in the league. Never played a minute for us. Zipnotic, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a great afternoon. You just want as many of those types of players as possible. Some of them will refuse to go back out on loan after a while, but some of them will just stay on loan forever. Scouting in Northern Ireland. Missing some really blatant players who are just available. Unfortunately, scouts will miss players constantly, no matter what you do, which is why I tend to do a lot of the scouting myself. And so I kind of look at it as I'll do the initial stuff, and then I'll basically say to the scouts, right, this player, and this player. But if you do that with a big enough scattergun approach, you will sort of get enough done. So I'll go and find a load of players that I'm sort of interested in, and I just tell them to go look at them, and then narrow it down from there. That's usually what we do. We'll do it a lot more once we've got a bit more budget and a bit more scouting ability. But that's basically the way I like to do it. Scouts generally will miss players constantly. But if they didn't, it'd be kind of boring as well. Imagine if your scouts were able to bring you every single, like, regen wonder kid at every single opportunity. I think it's kind of cool. What a tie. 8-4 on aggregate. Chelsea are beaten by Manchester City with Mbappe's scoring the Sharif special. Not the Sharif special. The Frey special. Brace for Haaland also knocks Liverpool out there too. Low optional fee. That could be a trick to try out later down the line. Thank you for that, Mr. Frosty. I need to build a list of these, because we've got some hella methods knocking about. Oh yeah, Brann loaned a lot of players from us, but him in particular, I can't remember who it was regularly banging, like, he was regularly the top scorer in the Eliteserien, wasn't he? For like 4 years straight, he'd bang like 28 goals. I think one year he actually got more than a goal a game for Brann. I cannot for the life of me remember the guy's name. But I don't think he ever played a senior appearance for Tromsø during the save. Maybe he did. How about a Farps are all right. They're like, well, they were last time I checked. Sort of. Let's have a look. Was it Frederick? Oh, Frederick From. It was Freddie From. You're right. Yeah, Frederick From. That was the guy. Yeah, they're 4th in the league. Incredibly, their keepers actually kept 4 clean sheets this year. He was yeah, he was. Oh. Facilities are so bad. Yeah, we're getting there, though. We've managed to have a couple of European qualifications that have allowed us to get our facilities... Well, they're still shit, obviously. What are we at? Below average training and then adequate youth. But we've also got excellent academy coaching and good youth recruitment now, which is something. Hey, Badlip. Hey, Z. How's it going, man? For sign a player on loan with an optional feature fee and a monthly playing fee, if I instantly trigger the buyout clause and buy him... And so, as far as I know... I didn't think you could trigger the optional fee until the end, but maybe I've never actually done it before, so I don't have any concrete information for you there. But I didn't think it was an option until the loan had finished. Maybe I'm wrong. I usually am. We're good. Actually doing well in the league for once. And by that, I mean that obviously we're winning, but we're actually doing well and winning, which is nice. It's a change up for the books. Right, switcheroos time. Twanda moves there. Kano's back in. Good offer for a future feature in. I know you can have, obviously the optional feature fees. I just didn't know if you could actually do it during the fee. I thought it was at the end, but hey, it's not. I never really do that in loan signings anyway. Where's Booty? Connor Coventry's not really done the job there. And I think Booty, man. Where's Connor Panini as well, actually? He probably should play a bit more. Might give him a run out today. Pollock, Lennon, Sharif. Yeah, cool. Let's do it. Bart's getting there. And Hazy's getting there too. They might come back around the same sort of time, which would be nice. We've kind of got by without him. But it's not ideal. Malteser Falcon with the gifted sub to Badlip Twitch. You bloody love to see it. I don't know if you guys saw that I'm going on Badlip Twitch. I'm going on Z's argumentative... Is it argumental? Show next month, which is going to be fun. And if you haven't already checked out Z, you should. In fact, if there's actually any mods around at the moment, could shout him out, that would be fantastic. If not, I can do it myself because I am a pro at something, right? Actually, today, those of you that hear with the intro, wasn't it bloody on point? Oh. Right. Pumpy Fists were favourites. This time they didn't get disappointed in me. That's good news. Yes. Rude customers, useless. Put them on. Funnel it through Discord and I'll have a chat. I'll have a little chat with them. It's probably best, actually, if Z explains and not myself. But Z, now's a chance, actually, to explain a bit more about the show. Because I would not be able to do it justice. Austria Vienna. Ooh. If you're a Macedonian Wonder Kid, that's the dream. I still want... We found a New Caledonian potential Wonder Kid at the moment. And we're a bit excited about it. Intro was okay. How dare you? Bet you weren't even here. Fake fan. Ah, dear. Right, let's crack on. I can't believe that we were in the title race with these guys last year, and now we're 14 points above them. Although they do have 2 games in hand, in fairness. Here's... Oh, I'll have a look. Davor Ristov. Nice. Is that his finishing at 5? If that's the case, he might need a slight retrain. Potentially, anyway. You see... I find that you tend to see quite a lot of Faroese Wonder Kids. I was finishing as 15, right? Sorry, I was trying to figure out with the language stuff. Yeah, we sort of have been able to bogey the bogey club a bit more lately. Although, watch this now turn around today. Oh, off the bar. I wonder what our record actually is like against them lately. And also, Bows are winning through Robeck as well. Oh, enjoy your house view, man. So there's just been nothing coming up lately, weirdly. I'm desperate to book some house viewings. But it's just no... Oh, here we go. Right, so yeah, this is it. Project called Project Game Show, where I drag FM streamers into rip-offs of TV game shows. We're currently doing a run of Argument Twitch, I like it, which has landed on the Sweet Left Footers team captains. Since we guest spent 2.5 hours making me terrified of their arguments will get me cancelled. God. What am I letting myself in for here? As long as they don't... I think the only thing I could probably get me cancelled would be like, Matt, argue against Regan Booty being the greatest player in the history of football. And I just don't think I'd be able to do it. I'd probably just bin it off there, if I'm honest with you. Oh, Sharif's through. Oh, Michael Sharif. 10th goal in the league already this season. He only needs 4 more to match his tally from last year. He's on for it now. Okay, that might also do it, MJ. That would probably be, yeah, the worst. Argue Sweet Left Foot or Mike Murphy is the best Mike. That's a tough one, honestly. Super tough. I don't know if I could be able to choose. Since he might not be here at the moment, we might just say Mike Murphy is the best Mike. That, if anything, looks more offside than the one we had disallowed earlier. We're not in competition. Sounds like something who was in competition might say, Dave. It really is, yeah. I was expecting after Christmas it should just explode again. Because it was great right before Christmas, but... Yeah. Who's the best Callum? Callum's Corner. The best shape of furniture. I believe it's a W. Ain't you got one of them W sofas, Chatto? You're missing out, mate. I'd like an L sofa. For all the L's I'm going to take, presumably the rest of this season. But they just look really comfy. And then you get the footstool bit. W bed. Damn right. Sleeps 4. You have one person along each sort of vertical strut of the bed. It's perfect for swingers. Their fetish is being uncomfortable. But we don't kink shame here. Oh, just full of L's. Yeah, exactly. L beds. Okay, now I'm curious. Heart-shaped. There you go. That's a perfectly good tackle. Time to slide tackle wrong, except for where he didn't. H-bed. True. That's the true one you want. No, not looking at Huddersfield at the moment. I might, if I can't find anything here at this point. So that's good. Referee's done screwed us on that one. Maybe I should check it in 2D. See if his 2D leg touched him. E-bed is just... To be fair, 1 point chat when I was younger. I had a not a triple. I had a bunk bed, but it was a double bunk bed and it had no lower bunk. It was basically just a raised double bed. Put out long and make a bed. Ah, true. Like a giant futon. An O-bed to make a little fort in the middle. That's more like it. Damn it. Success with that I-bed. Wait, is that a real thing? The tamer things, oh god.
That's a brilliant idea, because there hasn't been a Prime Minister with a good arse since Maggie Thatcher, and this would sort that.
I'm sorry, I failed to see where he was wrong. Was this supposed to make him look bad? Oh, right. Hot dog couch. Ooh. What does that even mean? But I must know. Bed. Let's see. I guess corner. The other corner. Yeah, exactly. It was supposed to have that underneath the height, except it never had that part, and it was wobbly as all fuck. Like, genuinely. I like to put it down to that as the reason I never got the women with that bed, you know? Imagine that, bringing a girl home. Oh, you have to climb into my double bunk bed, love. She's like, what? And the whole thing sways like a fucking ship. Oh, no. Oh, cleared away by Matty Pollock. Oh. We're going to lose this game, aren't we? It just feels inevitable at this point. And there it is. The bogey. It's the bogey that will not be scratched out of the nose of this league. To be fair, they've actually been pretty good, although they did have a penalty, so that's kind of helped. Exactly. A sense of adventure is very important. Double bunk bed had its advantages. Aren't opinions, but do you know what? I don't know. Maybe some of you have had better experiences with bunk beds than I have. I can't even make any subs, can I? We're just kind of bound to this now. A significant amount of woo, indeed. I might even have to pull out Nordic Nomad's voice. Be like... Calais continued his search for Henrik. He'd looked high and low, but the one place he hadn't looked was the highest place of all, the double bunk bed in their old apartment. He would often bring ladies back there to woo them with his soft, dulcet tones. If Henrik could be found anywhere, it would be there with a local lass. And so on and so forth. Lie down. I actually do a handstand, Viking. Don't know about you. Get on my level, bitch. No one would have to... I suppose. I'm sorry, easy. I can't help it. Otherwise I have to stop the stream every 5 minutes so I can go for a cigarette. No, I haven't smoked in 2 years now. Kano has smashed it home and we're level. Let it dry. Ah, yes, I see. The Calais Henrik / fanfiction. Well, I mean, you could find it all over. I like that. Firstly, I like the phrase listen books, Castro. That's superb. I'd like to do voiceover stuff. I think I have a reasonable voice for it. I'm not that good at it, but I think I could get better. Where he put a trunkie in her tradesman's entrance and have him lick her yarbles. Would have a shower. They never wiped. Viking, you can just say you. You don't need to be like, hey, it's my friend. He goes to another poop school, you know? Oh, which one did you get, Carl? As if I was going to know. Unless it's literally the same one as me, I would have no clue. Asking for a friend XD. Yeah, exactly. Have a bidet. True. I always wanted a bidet. You've been rumbled today. There you go. Just here. Was it Viking? Oh, I love it when it's not even me telling the story. It's literally Viking telling the story. And you're still like, smock RPM. Oh, sick. I don't know if that's the same one as me or not, actually. It's a smock. Nord, I think. Nord 4? My coils are RPM, though, I think. I used an old Lucozade bottle one day after. What, as a vape? I want to use an old Lucozade bottle as a bong. Probably shouldn't have said that out. Oh, is that what it is then? Oh, maybe that's the same one then. Really good erotic fictional robot. I'd be totally down for that. I could do like the what's it called? Like dinosaur porn. There's like a whole sub-series of like erotic dinosaur literature on Amazon. I could do the voiceovers for it. It'd be amazing. The pterodactyl and Diplodocus had looked at each other longingly from up high. It was a match made in hell. They could not possibly be together. Their love was star-crossed. How possibly could a Diplodocus fit inside a pterodactyl's mouth? We will never know. And so on. Vape or B-Day? Probably... Yeah, that's true. I don't know which one of the two it's going to be. You could probably... I suppose if you wash it out, right? Bit of both. Crack it. What am I hearing? Nothing. Imagine you just... To be fair, you can say that about a lot of things I said. New quote. I can do dinosaur. It's so easy to do these. Oh, people's home's true. The dactyl stared at his cock in terror. Do the treaty recap all in that voice. Oh. A son. I haven't, but I know it is possible. But it's never happened to me. Be cool if we did. Imagine if we got a son on this save, because then he'd be Namibian. Be amazing. See you later, Robin. Let's do ignore on you because you're domestic. You maybe. Right. We've had it with you now. And these guys. Luca Mari's a goalkeeper and he's also 24. Christian Leon. I guess we're getting some sort of players through mitosis by the fact that they're looking at some of those guys from. I love that Lenny Manissa is at Longford Town on this save, and I have him on my other save at KV in Iceland. He's everywhere, man. Is that Michel Branch? Right. You. Ooh. Andre. Yes. It's not a goalkeeper. God damn. Be less goalkeepy. I beg of you. Another goalkeeper. Sure. That's the Boreham Wood, man. God, Boreham Wood are so good. And we'll get rid of the rest of them. Lovely. Matt Regional Dinosaur. I was going to do an FMASMR channel point reward. Okay. Right. Here's the deal. I will make those new channel point rewards for next stream. That one, and of course, the famous Bear Facts one. I think it's required, right? I should do the Bear Facts in an erotic voice. 300 games of management. Hell yeah. Or Snow Leopard. I don't know. Good question. Right. Who am I looking up here? Tysogy. He should be available. He's actually a Huddersfield. Wow. Okay. He's really, really, really good. He's certainly better than the one I've got at KV, but we are further into the save, I suppose. God damn. I've got a hell of a player then. I wonder he's so good. Snow Leopard Cub. True. You played for Smedby? God, that must have been a hell of a commute from Australia, Robin. Jesus. Okay. He's unhappy again. That's fine. We will... Out of form. This man, he's such a... Like, Julian Stefan, fight me, mate. Come on. We'll do that. And it's Sligo Rovers. The Snow Leopardess. True. Who would that be? It's blatantly Kim's mistress from Outcast of Icons, I reckon. What was her name? Mika or something? I must say, that little bit of the stuff I was doing with Outcast of Icons kind of is what briefly sort of led on to the Nordic Nomad sort of stuff. 50 people in the crowd. Hey, £2 hot dog. Hey, that means you could earn like £100 if each of those people bought a hot dog. You've got to think about these things. You've got to scale it, right? Okay, that's that. And I did not realize it was 3 o'clock. Holy shit. That was me just plugging away. Bombing through league games, not realizing it's 3 o'clock. And it's time to move ourselves to pastures new and find someone to raid for you. Well, I mean, this is an easy one. This is an absolutely easy one. Chat, you know what we're doing. This time when I say we're going to look at Alex's pictures, they're moving pictures. And it's fine because it's a stream. It's all good. It's fine. Don't worry. So, yeah, we're going to raid Alice, FM Girl, because obviously we're going to. And if you don't already follow her on Twitter, then you should, because her FM cartoons are just godly. So, yes, do go over to Alice's stream, drop her a follow, ask her what her favourite flag is. She hasn't had to answer that yet. So I'll see you guys on Saturday, where hopefully we will be getting to potentially some more Champions League goodness and maybe signing up Pablo Escobar. Who could possibly tell? So I'll see most of you, or some of you, in the VODs or the VODies, and the rest of you on Saturday. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And yeah, let's go say hi to Alice. This is going to be fun. Let's not embarrass ourselves. Let's be gentlemen here. Don't pretend I didn't just say all the things I said with the dinosaur porn and whatnot. Let's go. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. Hold your gun, capybara, and bye-bye.